This week, NASCAR Hotpass is back in Richmond for a Saturday night battle under the lights.
Let's get this Saturday night party started.
It's the last chance for teams to solidify their spot in the chase, and drivers will be locked in and ready for anything. After a white-knuckle effort last week, can three-time Richmond winner Dale Earnhardt Jr. keep his hopes alive and bump his way into the final spot for the chase? Or will Virginia native Denny Hamlin, last year's Richmond winner Kevin Harvick, points leader Jeff Gordon, and Carl Edwards win it all at the action track? Who will make it to the chase and whose hopes will be crushed? Find out next on NASCAR Hotpass.
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street lights,
And welcome to NASCAR Hotpass on DirecTV. We're here in Richmond at the Chevy Rock and Roll 400. That's right, Richmond International Raceway, the capital of the state of Virginia, Richmond. Tonight we're going to be covering on channel 799 the guy who's trying to get in that chase, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and it's all presented by Dodge. Hello, folks. I'm Jeff Hammond in the booth, and tonight I'm going to be joined by my beautiful broadcast partner down on pit road, Chris DeVoto.
You are so sweet indeed, Jeff. Thank you very much. And speaking of Hot Pass, I think we have got the hottest story of all. Of course, we're talking about Dale Earnhardt Jr. The mood down here in the pits, actually pretty calm. Remember, the Bud team, they're used to being in the spotlight. Every week, they are the guys everybody is watching. They didn't get here by being flustered or frazzled by any sort of media attention. So they are just ready to go and do their job. And our job tonight is to follow them through every step. Jeff?
Now, you got that right, Chris. And the thing is, what we're going to be watching, folks, is the different scenarios as we take a look at the points right now. If you look to see, the top 8 are already locked in, but when Clint Boyer as well as Martin Truex Jr. crank up their engines here tonight, they'll also be locked in. So really, the battle's going to come down between the 2-car of Kurt Busch, Kevin Harvick in the number 29, and our man, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's 128 points behind, and he needs to make up a lot of ground. And folks, that's pretty much a mission impossible. But to be able to do that, this is what's going to happen. Have a little bit of help from his friends. If Dale Jr. can win the race and lead the most laps, Kurt Busch has to finish 37th or 39th if he leads a lap. Kevin Harvick, on the other hand, if he finishes 33rd or 34th and leads a lap, Dale Jr. will get in. Now, everybody says, well, what happens if he doesn't win? Well, if he winds up finishing second and leads no laps, Harvick's got to finish 41st, or if he leads the most laps, it's 42nd. No matter what you say, he's really got an uphill battle. There's a lot of different scenarios, but the key thing is, whatever Kevin Harvick does, we've got to do better. And right now, Krista, the key thing is, what is Dale's thoughts when it comes to that?
Well, nobody has to explain the numbers to Dale Jr. He knows he has a fight on his hands, but in any sport, true competitors, they kind of live for those moments where they can be the hero. Is there a little bit of that running through your veins tonight, Dale?
I just want to get my race car and drive. I've been working all weekend. Been another hot one this weekend. My guys been working hard. Tony Gibson, my interim crew chief, this year had to go to hospital last night with kidney stones and all kinds of things. So, it's been a little bit of a rough week, but just want to get in there and drive. I'm ready to race.
When you won this race in 2004, the first thing you said in Victory Lane was, I felt a little bit like my dad in that race. Is that the kind of race it's going to take, dominating?
It's going to just take, a good run. We got to, make a lot of things happen. We've had, sort of a middle of the road car this weekend, and we haven't been able to find that next step to get that thing where we need it. And we always find a way to be fast in a race, but no signal up to this point that the car's as good as we need it to be. But we don't give up, we don't quit. Just looking forward to getting going. I'm ready to race.
Well, and the fire suit, got Elvis on the car, and no rhinestones. What's the deal? No rhinestones on the fire suit tonight.
Yeah, if I was to catch fire, that would be a bad idea to have any kind of stones on my suit. But hopefully, they don't catch fire. At least not that kind. It's been a lot of fun working with the Elvis Presley people and going to Graceland with my grandmother. Hopefully we can have a good run with this car. I think the fans have enjoyed the program, and it's neat to have have Budweiser and everybody to support something like this and put this kind of deal together. I enjoy it. It's fun for me to sort of change the pace, even though that red car is my favorite. It's nice to do this every once in a while, especially with Elvis Presley. It's quite an icon.
All right, good luck tonight. No blue suede shoes for Junior, but the Junior Nation hopes it's a red-hot rocket going to the front of the field.
Well, Krista, the key thing when you talk about that red-hot rocket would have to be Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s stats as far as when you come to Richmond. His Richmond success is, hey, he's got 3 career wins up here, 7 top 5s, 9 top 10s, and 16 starts. I mean, his average finish is 10.3. It's the best of any track. So if you had to come somewhere where you had to have a really great run, what better place than Richmond? Go all the way back to May of 2006, you'll get its opportunity to see exactly how good this race car was. I mean, they were hitting their marks. The crew was doing high fives. They did their job. In the end, the patented, you might say, burnouts. I mean, he actually blew the right rear tire out doing such a wild burnout. And it all meant he wound up in victory lane. And that's where he hopes to be able to do tonight. Do the same thing he did here in May of 2006 and let the cards fall where they may. Well, Krista, if you're going to get the job done, you got to have a good lead man. And right now, Tony Eury Jr. has to be the guy that's kind of like on the hot seat but ready to go to battle.
I know you took the words right out of my mouth down here with Tony Jr. And, the question we have to ask is, what's the strategy? I mean, do you just kind of have to survive for a little bit and kind of see how things shake out, or you go right to the front right away?
We'll just try to go right to the front right away. We'll just see what the car has here. It's the first time you get to practice or really racing at night. We've been practicing in the daytime, so we'll just kind of see what it's got. Caution comes out here early at 8 to go. I'll see what the car is doing, maybe stop. It's kind of easy to run a race from back here because you don't have to do what the leader do. You can get on your own strategy. You can not pit. You can pit. So we'll just play it up. I mean, we're going for broke.
Well, we talked about you guys are used to media attention. I mean, this is is it just like another day at the office, or is there some extra tension right now?
I mean, it's just like another day at the office. I mean, I think it's less pressure this year than it was last year. Last year when you're on the edge 10th or something and you've got it all to lose. I mean, we got nothing to lose and all to gain, so we're just going to go after it. Our biggest deal is we want to win some races, and it's a perfect place to start. We've been really successful here.
All right, we're going to turn you back into a television broadcaster like you did last week. Take us on our speed #1 hot lap around this track. We'll have you look at this monitor right here and tell us how to get around Richmond.
All right. As you come down in turn 1 here, there's some bumps up high, so kind of get free in. You got to keep it around the bottom, but you got to really make sure that you're not spinning the tires and keep a good apex off of 2 here. And as you go down into 3, basically you can run anywhere you want to. It's around the middle of the track. It's not really that hard. You don't have the forward bite issue that you have since the turns sweep out so much. So that's pretty much the lap. But the biggest thing is just getting your car into 1 and off of 2.
All right, we're going to let Tony Eury Jr. climb up to his pit box and do his job, and that was Hermie Sadler driving the speed #1 car tonight. But the other big thing these guys have in their pocket is a great relationship between that guy, Tony Eury Jr., and his driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Jeff, I know you know all about driver-crew chief chemistry, don't you?
Well, I've had a great relationship. I hate to say it sometimes, but mine and Darrell Walters' relationship was very special, and you really understand how important that is because of situations like this. When the pressure's on, you want somebody you can talk to, you can fuss at. I mean, that's what it's all about. You got to have somebody that really believes in you. And these 2 guys right here, they're as good as it gets. But from time to time, hey, they don't always agree. Let's take a listen to what happened to them at Bristol.
Well, you quit trying to get me to cheat out of my box and into my box. I ain't doing this ever, no matter what. So quit getting in my ear about it. That's just a big advantage. That's why I'm in your ear about it, because if you use it right, then that's how you get beat in and out on pit road a lot of times. So trying to get you to be aware of it, use it when you can. Yeah, well, if you got up your sleeve, you need to share it with everybody instead of yourself.
Now, trust me, folks, I've heard that type of dialogue from Darrell Walter before, so it doesn't really surprise me. But, hey, it's just like a married couple. You love one another, but you're still going to have a little bit of argument every now and then and disagreements. But in the end, they really believe in one another, and they're really good for one another. I'm glad to see that he's going to be following Dale Jr. over to Hendrick next year. But let's take a look at what this is going to happen here tonight at this racetrack. This racetrack here at Richmond International Raceway, 3/4-mile racetrack, 14-degree banking through the turns, and some part ways down the front straightaway. It's a D oval. You'll notice when you go down that back straightaway, pretty much a straight shot, but down the front, big sweeping arc continually all the way down the front straightaway. 400 laps here, that means 300 miles of racing. One of the key things is don't get caught speeding down pit road. 40 miles an hour, You get caught, it can really hurt your chances for winning. The other part of it has to be the pit window. That's going to be varying between each driver because how he kind of works the brakes and the gas, 95 to 105 laps. And I may be kind of speaking out of turn here, but being an old crew chief, I think the race is going to be won or lost right there on pit road tonight. Weather's been a big factor a lot recently, but tonight here at Richmond International Raceway, the forecast is clear. That means no rain. Great thing for the crews. They know they can get focused on. They're going to go 400 laps here, 78 degrees. Definitely cooled down a lot since last week in California. A little bit of a breeze, just really kind of good and comforting for the fans in the stands. So really looking for a great and very exciting race tonight. And Krista, I got to know, you've been down on pit road all afternoon, kind of getting a feel for what's happening. What are you feeling from these guys? I mean, are they uptight or are they pretty loose?
You know what's funny, Jeff, is they're really not that uptight. It really seems like they're just so used to being in these situations. Dale Jr. said to me earlier this weekend, actually yesterday, he said, we've been in this boat before. So even though they want to make the chase so badly, they know they've got quite a fight on their hands. So they're just going to do what they do. That's their job. Race the car, run the car, and just do the best they can. But what we do want to show you is here's kind of the mood in the pit. Look at all these people lined up with their camera phones, with their cameras. They just want a piece of any of the action they can get. And that's the view that we're going to give you guys at home all night long. The insider's view, everything Junior is doing on the racetrack, everything he's saying, that's heading your way.
Well, the key thing right now, Chris, is we take a look at that Elvis Presley car, Bud car going around the racetrack right now. It's got to be, I think the pressure is off right now because these guys are now finally getting an opportunity to go racing. There's nobody running up with a microphone. I know that I'm part of the media, but I've been there before. You'd like this kind of like get in your own little world, go racing and do what you do best. And for that 8 team right now, the best thing they can have happen is see that green flag drop. And for this guy behind behind the wheel right there, he is definitely getting focused. We see the rest of the crew. Everybody's laughing, kind of smiling. They know what they've got to do, and it's not going to be a miracle. It's going to be a lot of hard work. Well, folks, let's take a quick look at who's what as far as NASCAR Hotpass this week from Richmond. Carl Edwards is on channel 795. Steve Burns, Tony Rizzuto's got that car. Kevin Harvick, he's the one I'm going to be watching all night long. Larry McReynolds and Winnie Venturini be covering him, while number 24 on 797 will be Hermie Sadler and Robin Pemberton. Channel 798, Denny Hamlin, that number 11 car, hometown boy, love to get a win here. Adam Alexander and Ray Dunlap. As we sit here right now watching the number 8 car, what he's doing, folks, number 1 is making sure all his switches are up. He'll be talking to the spotter, Steve Meal, crew chief, Tony Uri Jr., making sure right now he's kind of trying to buff his tires in a little bit, get a little heat in them. They let the air pressure down a lot, so he's trying to get the kind of tires kind of worked in a little bit, so when they drop the green flag, it'll be good to go. But again, I was talking about all the switches. They have a lot of blowers on these race car, brake fans, radiator fans, extra bead blowers, as well as fans probably on himself, as well as his air conditioning inside the car. So all these switches need to come up once the engine's running. Again, you see him inside there adjusting his mirror just a little bit, trying to get his focus on what needs to happen, put a little bit of heat in his brakes also, because again, brakes are going to be a key thing. And tonight, Krista, the key thing right now, and if you'll be hearing about it, you'll have probably a better view than I will, the brakes, they're going to be glowing hot all night long.
That is so true, and especially with this car of tomorrow, Jeff, and that's something we'll get into as the race continues. But the brake dust that collects on these tires, especially on the rears, so much more with the car of tomorrow than it was with the car of yesterday. So we'll have to see if that's a factor in the race. But I did want to let you know, right now, Junior not saying much on the radio. It's just their regular communication before a race starts, just making sure all the bells and whistles, all the switches are ready to go. So just kind of a, business as usual, at least for now.
Car's off, Jim. Stay in line to cross start finish.
You heard him getting ready to go green here, folks.
Flag, green flag. Still outside, Jim. Clear high if you'd like, clear high. Inside, clear low, clear low. Clear high. Outside now. Clear high. outside.
As we watch Dale Jr. kind of move to the outside, trying to get to that high groove around Mark Martin right there. Again, he's going to work the outside one more time around the 00 car. Didn't quite work as far as David Rudin was kind of concerned. He kind of shut the door on him. But a pretty good start right now for the 8 car. Saw a lot of guys kind of smoking that left front, going down into turn 1 as well as down into turn 3. This is one of the traits of a car tomorrow, and especially early on, I think, with the low air pressure in the left front tire.
Clear low.
We're going to hear that. You still hear the
Still clear low.
Steve Mill. He'll be busy man all night long trying to clear him, trying to give him higher low, because again, this racetrack being a multi-groove racetrack, he'll be able to move that car around top or bottom, wherever he feels like he needs to go. Gets the best bite, best run off the corner. He'll be having a pretty busy night all night long.
Jeff, something to remember too, we're not used to seeing Dale Jr. in that white car, so we have to keep our eyes on that. He did say he loves running the special paint schemes. Remember, he won that July race in Daytona in 2001 with that special Major League Baseball All-Star car. That one was also white. He said as much as he loves the Bud Red, he loves driving these special paint schemes.
Well, he's the kind of guy everybody, I think, knows. Dale Earnhardt Jr. knows that he is a big Elvis Presley fan. He has taken his grandma over to Graceland before. He's got a lot of memorabilia down in his house, in his pool room area. Again, he's very much a fan of the King. And right now, as you said, Krista, he loves those specialty cars, and he's making a pretty good, like I say, run at it early on, working his way through traffic.
Yeah, it's funny. He said what he loves about Elvis is his attitude and how he had a swagger. That's kind of what Junior has as well. He said he doesn't really see it in himself, but yeah, attitude and swagger. That's what he said was really cool about the King.
Well, right now that swagger is kind of making his way toward the front. He's already dispatched the 00 of David Rudiman, and now he just went past the 88 of Kenny Wallace, who is subbing for an injured Ricky Rudd here at Richmond this weekend. So a lot like what I saw at Bristol a few weeks ago when I covered the 8 car. Just slow and very methodical, at least early on, making his way through traffic, Krista. And that's the key thing, is that this is what they need as he closes up on the back door of the number 9 car.
Back up behind you, Dale Jr. Back up behind you.
We got an early caution behind us.
I can get down in the corner real good. And just the left front's chattering, center off.
And right now, that's great news as we listen to what's coming.
Stack some right rear ended if you want, whatever, air, rubber, or whatever. Maybe that'll help it. If I don't think it's hard at getting in, maybe it'll help it off, get the left front working. But do whatever you want there, bud. I'd be a little careful about taking more than a pound out of the left rear, maybe a half pound at the most. I don't really like left rear air pressure changes, but you know, just to try to get it to turn up off, I'd rather you try something else.
All right, we'll just see how this run goes. Left front air has been big for us here, so we'll look at the left front air when it comes off next time, but I might just do like a half pound in the right rear, but we're staying out right here. But last time we wasn't good in and we lost our forward bike, so let's just do where the forward bike goes before we make that change in the right rear.
10-4.
Now, right now, that's great communication for us between the crew chief.
If anything, it's trying to be loose in, it's trying to, but I can get down in there real deep, but I can't keep the left front working off. So what I can't get in, I can't maintain it off, even trying to maintain exit. If I back up to the entry, I still carry the same speed on exit and lose the left front. So I'm just trying to gain everything I can gain getting in without really making the center and off worse.
Well, that tells me right now the car is at least pretty good early on here. He struggled with the car all week long. Now that I think they've got it a little bit better, they've got at least a plan now what they're going to do here. But we'll be back right in a minute with more on NASCAR Hot Pass, channel 799.
OnStar, how can I help you?
Can you run a quick diagnostic check for me?
No problem, Mr. Gordon.
Transmission?
Check.
Emissions?
Check.
Airbag system?
Check.
Car wash?
2 blocks up on your left-hand side.
Nice.
GM OnStar, how can I help you, Mrs. Johnson?
Looks like we need directions to the nearest movie theater.
Sending turn-by-turn directions now.
You don't have to be a star to get the OnStar treatment.
OnStar Active.
Available on 16 Chevy models.
Think back to when you were a child. What did you dream of as you fell asleep? Space travel? Or maybe you dreamed of a magic screen you could carry in your pocket. A screen that held your favorite music, pictures, and stories. And that brought all of this to you at the speed of light. That was your dream. And with the magic of sprint speed, it all came true.
You know, taking risks is part of racing. But when it comes to running my business, I never risk it, and neither should you. Rely on Office Depot for everything from office supplies to office furniture to the latest technology like laptops and software. Everything your business needs. So race into Office Depot today. Whoa, that would have been bad.
Office Depot, proud sponsor of NASCAR, Carl Edwards, and the number 99 Roush Fenway Racing Team.
Morning, gentlemen.
So how'd the testing go?
Well, low-quality discount gasoline's gonna leave behind engine gunk.
I hate engine gunk.
I know you do. Well, Shell stop gunky buildup to help engines perform at their best.
Still won't turn right, huh? Not gonna happen.
Maybe oil and water don't.
International Raceway, and so far Dale Jr. is relatively happy with his race car. We get ready to go back to the go back to green. Once again, Steve Mill, the spotter out there, let me know. Get ready, green flag.
Still up there, June, still outside. Clear.
Heard the spotter one more time right there. He cleared Dale Jr., and he's really able to get down in these turns. He's having a little bit of trouble getting off. He's been talking with his crew chief, Tony Uri Jr., about what adjustments might need to be made. And one thing he said while we were waiting at break is just remember now, these car tomorrow races have not had a lot of caution. So whatever adjustments we make, we need to make pretty aggressive one as he goes underneath the 10 car. That Gillette Evernham car right there. Scott Riggs. Scott drives it back by him on the outside, but once again, Dale Jr. looks like he's got position on him entering turn 3. And right there is exactly where he's having his problem at, folks, that we talked about earlier. He can get into turns really well, but he gives up a lot of speed on the exit. And if you saw the 10 car, that's exactly where he passed him back by on the high side. And that's what Tony Jr. and the rest of the Budweiser team are going to be looking to make adjustments to, again, as he drives it in underneath that 10 car, but whether or not he can get the pass pulled off down this front straightaway as we go back into turn 1.
Yeah, and Jeff, something else to keep in mind with that comment he made during that break about the car of tomorrow. He said, don't bank on the cautions. Let's stick with our strategy. We're going to plan on a long green flag run. So that's something to keep in mind also. They don't want to bank on having to rely on a caution because they may not happen in this race the way they usually do before this car of tomorrow.
You're right about that, Kristen. This car tomorrow, for some reason, has been pretty stable. The guys have been able to beat and bang on one another without knocking each other around and creating a caution. So, again, the strategy and the way that Tony Uri Jr. and the rest of this Budweiser team kind of come up with a plan to make the right kind of adjustments and make them aggressive enough so that if it goes green or they don't have an opportunity to get a caution flag to do a lot of changes, they need to be on top of it. Right there early on, because the caution happened on like lap 9, they felt like track position was a lot more important, and that's what they're trying to stay focused in on.
Jeff, what was so cool, too, is to hear during that caution period so much conversation between Dale Jr. and Tony Uri Jr. I mean, right now you're not hearing anything on the radio. He's really focusing on driving that race car, but that was a lot of communication. That was really cool.
It really was. Good feedback right there by Dale Jr. Take a look at what Dale Jr.'s done so far in car tomorrow races. Started off really strong, a 7th at Bristol, a 5th at Martinsville. Again, here at Richmond, he finished 13th. So he's been pretty good a lot of places. He had his worst finish was 42nd at Watkins Glen, but even there, he had an engine problem. Not any problem with the race car. It was up in the top 10 at that time. So really, car tomorrow races have been a strong suit. Recently at Bristol, the last car tomorrow race, he finished 5th, had a really good car, got as high as 2nd like I say, finished up fifth. So here tonight, they're looking for some more of the same, and I think Tony Jr. and the rest of the team have done a good job making some adjustments to get this car a little more competitive than what it was in the practice yesterday.
Yeah, and Jeff, and talking to Tony Uri Jr. earlier this race weekend, he was saying the problem in the spring that they had, they just couldn't get the forward bike dialed in. He said they thought they found the problem and came back to this race here in the fall with that problem fixed. So that was really the big issue with the spring race, and of course that was a Car of Tomorrow race. So they've really started to get this thing dialed in, like you said.
It really looks impressive because he's able to work the car around, Krista, from the top to the bottom. Again, able to drive it off deep here.
Carson's out, June. Carson's out.
We got another caution on the racetrack. And this may be
Loosen it up, getting in, over on the right front, pushing the center, loose off a little bit, late off, that forward bite off, but it's still tight, center all around. Then it spins up on the corner. Roll over on the right front, a little loose in. I'm okay, stay out. All right, 10-4.
He's letting his crew chief know what he needs when they come down pit road, but at the same time, he's okay to stay out, so the car is handling pretty well. He's been able to make his way up through traffic, so it'll be interesting to see what the rest of the field does, because here at Richmond, track position is so important. We're watching right there,
right here.
He's going to bring him down pit road,
coming, Tony Jr. Go pit this time, Bill Jr. 4,500 gets there a little bit early. Way on down here now. We're one pit in front of the 26, so you got to come around him. Leave yourself a little room. The 10's in front of us.
Chris, they're headed your way.
Bill Jr., you're right around this 26 up here, right in front of you. There's Tony Jr. Right here, left, right here. Right there, that's good. Whoa. Go. Outside, June, outside. 4,500. 41, then the 8, June.
Had a really good stop right there, but one of the problems as far as short track racing is concerned, the 10 car, which came in right after them, boxed to the 8 car in. He had to stop and go.
I tried to. I don't know what I could have done different there.
Here, Dale
Jr.
Jr.
You can do. We just got to outrun 26, and we can get in there where we need to.
Again, it's really a tough deal.
You can do there, June.
Trying to get on pit road sometimes, and that's the key thing right now. But hey, we're going to go to break here in just a minute, and we'll be right back after this for some more NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV, channel 799.
The dream is still alive, someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
Chevy Silverado. This is our truck.
Racing fans can't get enough of Denny Hamlin. Sophia Hernandez from Chicago, Illinois writes, Dear FedEx, does Denny get any interesting perks for driving the FedEx car? Well, Sophia, he does get a discount on shipping.
Yeah, I'd like to ship this back home to Virginia.
No problem, Denny. Denny, you have to let go.
Don't want to.
This is for the kids, for the pets. It's for story time, for the great outdoors, and the chance of a lifetime. This is for all the little reasons that are bigger than NASCAR. It's why we created the NASCAR Foundation, and you can help support the causes that mean the most to all of us by becoming a friend of the foundation.
Get involved. Show your compassion as part of the NASCAR family. Visit NASCAR.com to learn how.
Become a friend of the foundation for all the right reasons.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents two of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
I'm Dale Earnhardt Jr., and you're riding shotgun with me all race long, right here on NASCAR Hotpass.
Well, I push my load across the land, living the life of a traveling man.
That's Shooter Jennings, a little steady at the wheel. We just went back to green here at Richmond International Raceway, and once again, we're back at it here. Dale Jr. on channel 799. And folks, hey, stay tuned with us after the checkered flag for the Old Spice post-race show on channel 795 through 799, only on NASCAR Hot Pass, the Old Spice post-race show. That's what Dale Jr. is trying to be right now, steady at the wheel as he works underneath that 10 car of Scott Riggs. Get an opportunity to see whether or not these changes made a difference or not. Krista, can you get any kind of comment down there, any feel down on pit road, whether or not those adjustments are going to help us?
Yeah, you know what was interesting is they weren't going to come in, Jeff. They kind of called an audible there at the last minute and decided to come in. Junior wanted his car loosened up just a bit. He said it was still tight from the center all the way around, so he felt like at this juncture in the race he needed that car loosened up just a bit. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
Well, that's the one key thing right now. Again, Dale Jr. knows this racetrack. It's his best racetrack as far as his average finish is concerned. So the adjustments they're making, I feel like that Tony Jr. definitely is headed in the right direction, at least from my perspective. You can just free that car up a little bit and help the forward bite. He's really getting down in the turn really well. Again, we take a look at his average start, about 15th, but his average finish, 10th. I mean, I think that's so important tonight. He needs to pick that up a little bit. Remember, he's already has 3 wins here at Richmond, so one more tonight would really kind of like be a feather in the cap, and it would definitely put the pressure back on Kevin Harvick and Kurt Busch. Dale Jr. closing up on the 0-1 car. Again, a lot of smoke early on from a lot of these guys on a restart. Tire pressure a little bit low on this car tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of smoke coming from the left front fender, and definitely maybe smoke on that left front tire a little bit just because of the brakes. But look, we've been talking so much about the points. Let's take a look at where we are right now. Kevin Harvick has now jumped over, believe it or not, Martin Truex Jr. as well as Kurt Busch, and has moved back up in the 10th position, while Martin Truex Jr., which is Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate, has fallen back to 12th, but Dale Jr. has now dropped from 128 points behind 12th position to 140 behind.
Well, and Jeff, it's kind of like a math problem. You kind of set it all up at the top of the show. The magic numbers for Dale Jr. is 5th. He cannot finish any lower than 5th if he wants to make the chase. And then, of course, it is dependent on what Kevin Harvick and Kurt Busch do. If Kevin Harvick finishes 32nd or better, he's in. If Kurt Busch finishes 36th or better, he's in. So it's like a giant math problem. But you're right, it'll change as the night goes on.
Well, Krista, we were talking about numbers. Believe it or not, we talked about at the top of the show. Martin Truex Jr. is already clinched, so it doesn't matter. Even though people were trying to work some numbers around, the real number right now is 168 points behind himself and Kurt Busch. Now Kurt Busch is definitely the guy who's got the bullseye on the back of his car as far as Dale Earnhardt Jr. is concerned. And I think Dale Jr. kind of summed it up the best. I'm not worried about numbers. I've got a job to do, and that is go out, work my way to the front, try to win this race, and let the numbers take care of themselves.
Inside, clear low.
But what I'm really liking right now is his car's working good on the bottom. Now he's taking it to the top, and we've seen Dale Earnhardt Jr. rim ride quite a bit at a lot of different racetracks. He sees everything's kind of jammed up on the bottom. He's going to try that top side, see if he can get him a little runoff down the back straightaway on the 26 car of Jamie McMurray.
And that's important, Jeff, for two reasons. Not only the position on the track, but the position if the caution comes out to be able to come down pit road. Jamie McMurray's pit stall is one behind, right next to Dale Jr. So they've got Scott Riggs on one side, Jamie McMurray on the other. They want to be able to get down on pit road and get better position so they don't have what happened last time and get blocked in.
Yeah, we saw that just a few minutes ago. Jamie McMurray kind of set it up, but then he got boxed in behind the 10 car of Scott Riggs on pit road and cost us about 6 positions. Now he's got to fight his way all the way back toward that 15th position where he was running prior to that caution flag. Again, he's making an outside groove work, moving up behind Dave Blaney, the 22 Cat car. Hear him pick up the throttle right there coming up off of turn 4. Trying to carry that momentum on the outside around Bobby Labonte. Well, folks, stick around. We're not going anywhere as far as NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV is concerned. We got a long ways to go.
You hear about Fensky? No. Got hurt, missed work. Thought his major medical was enough. Poor guy. Didn't have Aflac.
What does Aflac do?
Let's say this is major medical, right? Well, see the hole? That's where Aflac comes in. Helps pay for groceries, rent, all kinds of bills. Major medical? Poor Fensky. He thought he had enough coverage.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nothing we can tell you comes close to riding it. Can-Am, the ride says it all.
The fastest drivers on Earth are in a race across America. If you've been drinking Coke, if you've been saving up points, then prepare to get their NASCAR gear. They've thanked their pit crews. They've thanked all of their sponsors. Now they're coming for you. Thanks for drinking. Get the racing gear you want. Go to mycokerewards.com.
There's a new policy in NASCAR. You break it, you fix it. So driving for the Home Depot, naturally, I like to help. Hey, Denny, fix that fence with 6-gauge galvanized chain link. 6-gauge what? 2 gallons of Cascade White for that wall, Bobby. Exterior enamel. I gotta paint this? Tony! Fill those tracks in with topsoil, man. Good work, guys. Who's planting the Bermuda grass this time? Woo!
They're 4 friends living in the fast lane.
Gentlemen, let's carpool.
Tuesday, October 2nd.
You simply need to talk to Lila about the way she's spending your money.
All the money I make is our money. It always has been. The money she's making now, that's her money.
They're sharing the road.
Well, at least you have your money. My wife gets my checks. I don't even know how much I make.
And sharing the dream.
You know, marriage is a game you shouldn't keep score in. Oh, shut up.
Carpoolers, a new comedy, premieres Tuesday, October 2nd, only on ABC.
That is it right there, a little bit of Crossfire. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Channel 799. NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV from Richmond International Raceway. And you're riding along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. tonight.
Clear by 5 to the 26.
Now, we may be racing in Richmond tonight, but tomorrow, NFL fans, the first official regular season of Sunday is tomorrow. You can't believe it? Well, I can't either. Or better yet, are you ready for it? If you haven't purchased your NFL Sunday ticket yet, well, call 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race or visit directv.com DirecTV.com/NFL and sign up before tomorrow's kickoff. With up to a guarantee of 14 games each week, you can watch your favorite team no matter where you live. DirecTV has also added some great new features on NFL Sunday Ticket Superfan, including over 180 games in high definition this year. And your ability to watch more games on your computer. That's right, on your computer. Imagine that. So give DirecTV a call at 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race and sign up now. Right now, Dale Jr. is getting ready to sign up, I think, on that number 19 car of Elliott Sadler. It's closing up on him. Going to try to get him down a position. Since they dropped the green flag, he started back in 21st position after the caution. Been making his way up, all the way up to 14th right now.
And Jeff, very quiet on the radio. Right now, Dale Jr. is just in his office, just like, you or I at home would be. This is just another day at the office for him. Very quiet, very methodical, just doing what he does best, and that's race this racetrack.
And Crystal, the one thing that really impresses me about Dale Earnhardt Jr. is he stays focused while he's driving that race car, but as soon as the caution comes out, he tries to give as much information as quick as possible to his crew chief so they can make the necessary adjustments to get him better. And again, so far, it looks like the car is working pretty well. He's just trying to be real methodical, not overwork the brakes. But once again, we see him go to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get a little bit of position underneath that 19 car. Let's see if they got that forward bite a little bit better, freed that car up a little bit up off the turn 4. It looks like it did, at least going down in the turn 1 on that particular car. The 19 of Elliott Sadler gets down underneath and makes a good clean pass. Here's the spotter up there, Steve Meal. Clear him down the back straightaway. Now he's going to set his sights, hopefully, on Juan Pablo Montoya and that 12th position.
And Jeff, it seemed to me that was really textbook. With these car of tomorrows, everyone talks about how you can't roll through the center. What we just saw Dale Jr. do there, not only do we show that those adjustments were right, but that his car is really able to kind of, like you said, work on the bottom, work on the top, and able to stick. Before he was able to get into the corner, but he wasn't able to hold it. So does that, what we just saw there, Jeff, as a crew chief, does that really show us that the adjustments that were made were right on?
I feel like they were, Krista. That's what I've been watching for. And again, having an opportunity to cover him early in the season and watch him run a lot of these COT races early part when they first came out. The one thing I love about Dale Jr., he's so smooth. He has the ability to get down in there, break the car, get it rotated, and then when he picks the throttle up, when you listen to him, he just he doesn't stab it. He rolls into the throttle. He's very smooth with the throttle, allows the car to get as much maximum forward bite as possible. And at Bristol a few weeks ago, that's one place where he was so strong, able to get in, get the car to rotate through the center of the corner, and you got to take your hat off to Tony Eury Jr. and that entire team, Tony Gibson, everybody that works on that car for being able to make the necessary adjustments to make the car do that. Still very early in the race, 62 of 400 laps here at Richmond, but it'll go by pretty quick, and what'll happen is like normal during the course of this race, there'll be a stretch where we'll go a long green run. Again, around 95 laps to 105 laps as far as the pit wind is concerned if we go green. So I really expect this thing kind of settles down. We'll probably see one of those stretches come into play. And that's where you're going to need to have a good car as far as the long run is concerned.
Yellow's out, Dale Jr. Yellow's out. Got a wreck on the front straightaway.
Right 10 car Scott Riggs looks like he's got some trouble, but our leader.
Loose in. Snaps up off. You see that? A little thug at the center. Stay down, June. He's up against the wall going into 1.
Once again, we've gotten some good information from the driver right back to the crew chief so they can start working on what needs to be done. Get that car a little bit better. With the adjustments they made, it made the car move. It's, like you might say, its problems around a little bit.
All right, we'll be pitting. Get the cap off the right rear tire, please.
Looks like we're going to head back down pit road, and hopefully this next time we won't find ourselves boxed in because the 26 car is behind us.
We're going to stop them. Well, the 10's wrecked too. We're in good shape on pit road, June.
What he's telling Chris is now the 10 car that boxed him in last time, well, he's got a problem, so he'll be headed for the garage.
Third finish line, Tony Jr.
And we'll have
That's right, Jeff. Here he comes. Let's see how this one goes. They said they're all clear on pit road.
Right here. Come on in the box. There you go. Whoa. Got two out, one outside. Just stay tight right there. You're good behind that 5. Good behind the 5.
Great job right there by the 8 car right there at 14.6 on the watch, but more importantly, he beat several cars off of pit road, including the 42 car who was in front of him right there. So great pickup right there by the crew. Watch Dale Jr. merge back out on the racetrack. And this is one of those golden times right now for these drivers. Been hot the last few weeks at Bristol, again at California. Been pretty warm here at Richmond. So these caution flags from time to time early in the race gives a driver an opportunity to kind of settle in, catch his breath, and get ready for the rest of the night. And again, this is a pretty quick race, but it also can be a very physical race, even though it is under the lights here.
We unhooked the back a little bit too much right there, but it did turn better to start.
All right, 10-4, that was a half a pound in the left front. What I did was I took that back out and just went up a half on the right rear just so we got loose in there a little bit.
All right, we'll be right back here with some more Hot Pass here on DirecTV, channel 799.
Tony Stewart here with my buddy Jared. Subway restaurants are known for tasty, low-fat subs, like this 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki. At 5 grams of fat, it's a third the fat of a McDonald's snack wrap.
And look at it. It's a lot more food. Fills me up without slowing me down.
So Tony, would you say that makes Subway restaurants your favorite pit stop? The tasty 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki from Subway restaurants. Make it part of a new Subway Fresh Fit meal with new, better-for-you sides and drinks.
Subway, race hard,
eat fresh.
Interception. The commission of the More Taste League. Bingo. You fellows have gotten your hands on some non-sanctioned light beer?
There was a big shiny display.
The league only recognizes light beer with more taste and the scant 3.2 grams of carbs. That's the yin and the yang, the bot and the bing of light beer. Yes.
So which beers are league approved?
Beer, singular, Miller Lite.
Commission's wise.
Amen!
The official beer of the More Taste League, Miller Lite. Good call.
Man, 300,000 parts? That's incredible. Where do they all come from?
Watch this.
Oh, hey, Michael.
Hi, Jeannie.
Well, what can I do you for?
About 50,000 Napa Gold air filters.
Wow. I want $1 billion and a pet monkey.
He's not that kind of genie, Dale.
No driver ever won a race without help.
No owner ever won a championship without a great team.
Now the NASCAR Foundation needs help from its greatest team member, you.
On September 11th, we're inviting all race fans to the track to support the NASCAR Foundation's annual Blood and Marrow Drive.
Donate blood and sign up for the National Marrow Donor Program Registry.
Help us earn the greatest victory of all.
Saving a life.
For more information, visit nascar.com/foundation.
We're going to start to make the king jealous if we're not careful, playing a little Leonard Skinner here tonight. Call me the breeze. That's exactly what Dale Jr. is hoping to do when he gets an opportunity to pass that 29 car of Kevin Harvick and the 2 of Kurt Busch. Follow me, boys, to get an opportunity. Take a look at how important it is for these guys on pit road. He came in running 13th. That's Dale Earnhardt Jr. came in 13th, and they picked up 3 spots on pit road, and that could be huge right there as we take a look at this crew right here. Doing a great job here tonight on pit road for the Bud team. Like
yeah, and Jeff, as we get ready to go to the green here, you know, recapping that stop, that was a 13.42 seconds. Remember, this is the crew that won the Pit Crew Challenge last week in California. They have been on the money. That was a great stop for them. Just a slight air pressure adjustment in the right rear. That was really the only thing they did. Junior said he was just a little bit loose in, fast up off, and a little bit snug in the center. So just a small adjustment, but the pit crew, Bud team, spot on.
And that's another good thing when you think about that, Kristen. When this crew's performing, it encourages a driver like Dale Earnhardt Jr. because he's out there driving his heart out.
Car's off.
And when they're working that hard on pit road, picking him up places, makes him want to drive it much harder as we get ready to go back to green,
Green
folks.
flag, green flag.
We started on lap 71. Again, he closed up on the back bumper of Kyle Busch in the 5 car, and you see Tony Stewart and Carl Edwards right there in front of him. Now, all 3 of these cars have already made the chase, but there's the man we've been looking for all night long. There's Kevin Harvick. Junior may run up there and just kind of like give him a little nudge and say, hey.
Hi, if you'd like.
You know who I am? Well, tonight I might be called the King. That's right. Elvis. Working him on the outside right there, trying to get around the 29 car. And folks, that's right, the chase is right around the corner. And you want to get an opportunity to join the chase? Well, get your NASCAR Hot Pass today. The chase for the Nextel Cup is really heating up. And with the top 12 drivers in the Nextel Cup Series about to go to battle for the ultimate prize over the season's final 10 races, you need to get NASCAR Hot Pass. NASCAR Hot Pass, it doesn't just get any more intense than this. Tell your friends to join in for the action. It's just $19.99. You'll get the final 10 races of the season. You get an opportunity to ride shotgun with the top NASCAR Hot Pass drivers to the checkered flag each and every week. And you talk about the best deal, the best time of the year. Think about it. NASCAR Hot Pass is the only is on direct TV, so put it up the pedal to the metal and tell your friends to order today. Man, I tell you, I'm so excited about tonight. There'll be tire smoking, 80% of the regular season off the price. The offer is going to end November 18th. But to get an opportunity, all you got to do is go to 1-800-GET-SPORTS or log on to directtv.com/hotpass. And he just went around Kevin Harvick right there. And that's the guy we're going to be racing all night long. And the battle's starting to heat up. This is the kind of action you're going to see on NASCAR Hot Pass over the remaining 10 races. So don't miss it. Get an opportunity for $19.99 to get your opportunity to be a part of NASCAR Hot Passes. Kevin Harvick goes back by Dale Earnhardt Jr. And this is where the battle's going to start to kind of heat up as these 2 drivers right here know what's got to be done. Now, Kevin Harvick's teammate, Clint Boyer, is trying to get inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Jeff, how cool is that, too? We saw Dale Jr. and Kevin Harvick running side by side there. I mean, 2 tough competitors. I mean, they both know what's going on right now. They know the numbers, the points, how everything lines up. And, right now, Dale Jr. is running so well, but he definitely needs some help from those guys. He needs Kevin Harvick or Kurt Busch to have a bad race. Kevin Harvick, very good at this track. Dale Earnhardt Jr., very good at this track. But that was so cool to see them running side by side. I mean, the tensions were definitely high at that moment.
Well, now you can understand why I was having so much trouble trying to read a promotion and watch this race, because this is what it's all about. This is what you've been hunting for. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been wanting to get that 8 car up in the rearview mirror of Kevin Harvick, so he knew he had some pressure on him. He just couldn't sit out there and cruise and think about the fact, well, hey, Dale's not running that well. I don't have to run that hard. Dale Jr. needs to put pressure on these guys, and that's what's important right now. But what I'm seeing, Krista,
smoking looks like brakes, Jim.
As we see the 26 car trying to get under Dale Jr., is that adjustment, the car doesn't look quite as good as it did before. So I'm wondering right now if maybe freed the car up a little too much to where he can't drive it in the turn like he was earlier. So it'll be interesting to see what Dale Jr. has to say. Dale Jr. had gotten up to 10th as far as in position, but right now he's battling Jamie McMurray for 11th. I think Dale Jr. trying a little bit different line right there off the turn 2. Clears the 26 car.
Hey, Jeff, you mentioned something really interesting, talking about whether they freed up this car a little too much. That's actually what happened to Dale Jr. last week in California. They finished 5th, but they said the track tightened up so much that they just kind of over-adjusted. I mean, this is still really early in this race, so we'll have to see what happens. But that's a very good point. As soon as you said that, I immediately thought of last week in California.
And that's what you got to be careful about, Krista. But this is what this racetrack is going to go through some changes. And the good thing about caution flags, you get an opportunity to work on your car. The bad thing about caution flags is everybody else gets the same opportunity. So you're not just fixing your car. They're working on theirs too. So if they get theirs better, all of a sudden, if you make a little miscue, yours may not look as good as it did once before. So all these things kind of come into play. And right now, the 8 car, in my opinion, doesn't look as good as it once did. It gets a little loose up off of turn 4. I haven't seen that all night long, so I've got to believe that maybe they need to come back in and undo that adjustment. As we watch a little bit of smoke come out of the car in front of him, which is a 70 car, as we see the 25 car go inside of him. We'll be back in just a minute with some more action here on channel 799 on DirecTV Hot Pass.
Everyone's yapping about DirecTV's NFL Sunday Ticket and how it'll let you choose from every game every Sunday. If I can watch every game on Sunday, what am I going to read about in the John on Monday?
Join now and get 4 months free of our Best TV package with DirecTV's NFL Sunday Ticket.
Communicate in less than a second with Nextel Direct Connect.
Nice work.
The largest and fastest push-to-talk network on the planet. That's getting it done at sprint speed.
Nothing inspires you to take things to the next level like Craftsman know-how.
Time now for our Aflac trivia question. Which driver won every NASCAR Cup event at Richmond International Raceway from the fall of 1970 to the fall of 1973? Stay tuned. We'll give you the answer later on in the race.
The best new show for the new season is Dirty, Sexy, Money.
Be right there.
Peter Krause, Donald Sutherland, and a cool ensemble star in the show they're calling Witty, Sexy, Terrific.
I just want a yacht.
And starting Wednesday, September 26th,
So exciting.
you can get dirty too.
That is gonna kill me. She's not gonna kill you. Then he'll have me killed.
Dirty, Sexy, Money. Series premiere Wednesday, September 26th at 10/9 Central. Part of Premiere Week on ABC. Start here.
Welcome back to NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV. After 90 of 400 laps here at Richmond International Raceway, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is running 14th. The 25 car of Casey Mears just went by him. If you're just joining in, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been running pretty well. Started 21st, got as high as 10th. But the guys have been making a few adjustments to the race car, and some of them hadn't worked out quite as well as they'd like for it to. Right now, it looks like the 8 car might be struggling a little bit, but like I said, we still got a long way to go. Again, Dale Jr. is working the car around, trying the high side, working back down to the low side as far as trying to get back underneath the 25 car of Casey Mears. See the brakes heating up on that 8 car, both the front and the rear. Heavy braking track here at Richmond.
Welcome in the team that's chasing our man Kevin Harvick in the 29 car. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 group, Jeff Hammond and Chris Devoted. Jeff, the 8 car went by the 29 a while ago. Right now, he seems like your man has settled in back to the 14th position.
Yeah, Larry, and you know what we're doing? We're stalking you. We came up there and let you know that we're here. We know we've got a long ways to go, so we're just kind of settling back in. You know, we still got to save our brakes and realize you've got to make the mistake. We got to keep the pressure on you. But if you make the mistake, we'll be able to capitalize on it. That's the way we're looking at it right now. The car's working pretty well. Been a little bit tight, a little bit loose, made a couple of adjustments, so we're really waiting to get an opportunity to get back down on pit road and to fine-tune this thing in just a little bit more. Isn't that right, Krista?
That is exactly what we're doing, Jeff, just stalking. You mentioned the adjustments, though, and yeah, that last air pressure adjustment, it may have freed him up just a little bit. We've been watching Junior kind of wiggle into the corners. Before, he was a little bit loose in and very snug off. Now, he's extremely loose in. So, yeah, we may have to kind of split the difference on that adjustment when we come back in. But, you know, Kevin Harvick is just a couple of pit stalls down. So, Wendy, I want to know what's going on with your guy, because that's definitely the one we're keeping our eyes on.
Well, we had the opposite of Dale Jr. We were tight in the center and free up off. So the last time we hit pit road, we did take a half round out of the left rear to loosen him up. If he could just get it to turn a little bit better, he would be more comfortable. But Kevin Harvick sits solidly in the 7th spot, and we'll take that for now.
Jeff, the one thing that I did notice a while ago, and I think Krista may have answered the question that he's really loose getting out in the corner, it looked like Dale Earnhardt Jr. just could not turn the car down to the bottom of the racetrack, but maybe he just can't turn the wheel because of being loose.
And Larry, that's really what the problem is. Early on, we were a little bit snug, but he could drive it in really good, but he couldn't get the car to get off the corner like he wanted it. So the main thing is right now is that they made some adjustments, and I think they've kind of found out that the car is pretty sensitive. I mean, they made basically a half a pound out of the, in the left front, and also a half a pound up in the right rear. Now they got him so loose off the turn, he can't turn that wheel and really find the line he's looking for. So if they can get him back on pit road, I think they've got a pretty good idea of what it's going to make the car pretty happy. We really appreciate you guys checking on us, but we'll be back up there in a little bit just to put a little more pressure on you as we get a little bit later on in the race, okay? And Krista, I don't mind telling you, I don't mind them sneaking over every now and then, kind of checking us up on what we'll check on us to see what's going on. But be careful, don't tell them too much because they may go back and try to tell Childress or Todd Barry what we're doing.
I know, Jeff, and it is funny, you know, we really are only 2 pit stalls away. It's, you know, we mentioned how Jamie McMurray is on one side of us, Scott Riggs on the other, and then on the other side of Scott Riggs is Kevin Harvick. So that's where Wendy is hanging out. So, you know, I know her and I, we're keeping our eye on each other just to kind of see what's going on, but we're definitely going to be keeping our eye on what happens on this number 8 when he comes back in, because I think you said they're so sensitive. They're so close right now to where they need to be. They just went a little too far one direction, I think, but we'll get it back.
And the other thing is, Krista, just remember, no cat fighting down on pit road.
No, we'll be just fine. Don't you worry. Wendy and I are complete professionals. You have nothing to worry about.
Well, so's Larry McIntyre. That might not stop me from throwing something at him if he says something wrong over in the pod beside me.
So what you're saying is Wendy and I are more professional than you and Larry Mack is what I'm hearing right now.
Well, you got to understand, Larry went to anger management, and I needed to, but I never did. So, I mean, we're both of us a couple of competitive crew chiefs, and right now we know exactly what's on the line, and that means making the race for this chase and how important that is to all these guys that are involved. Because both of these teams, you know, all 3 of these teams, I should say, the 29, the 2, as well as the 8, they've been working hard all year long to get to this one race and hopefully be inside the chase and not be sitting where we are right now, kind of like on the outside, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out.
Hey, Jeff, what you're seeing right now, too, you see you're kind of the pan the camera from Kevin Harvick's pit past Scott Riggs down here to Dale Jr.'s. We're in pit stall number 13, so right kind of in the midsection, kind of towards turn 1. But Kevin Harvick just 2 pit stalls closer to turn 1 than we are. So next time, you know what we'll just race him right on off pit road and go right past him there.
I like that idea right there. You go there, tell Big Jeff Clark that get that crew pumped up. He's the gas man on the 8 car, and he's kind of like one of the veterans down there on pit road and in that team. So I'm pretty sure they can get the job done. They've already shown me they can get it done. It was good to see the 8 car be able to get around the 5 car, Kyle Busch. Again, I think Junior's doing a masterful job of trying to hunt around the racetrack, find out what this car wants and what it needs until they get an opportunity to get back to pit road. He's just kind of hunting and pecking. He'll change his line going into 1, let it slide up the racetrack, cut it across the middle on the exit of 2 to try to make it work.
Hey, Jeff, I passed your message on to Jeff Clark. He said no problem. He's going to get these guys pumped up.
Clear by 4 to the 5.
And you can definitely count on him. Again, he's a former jack man, now the gas man on the 8 car. Been around a long time, and he's very cool under pressure. We take a look at him right there. I mean, he can handle it. He's won races with a lot of different race teams, but he's been with DEI for a long time. And again, he's the kind of a man you want to have in a situation like this because he can calm down.
10-4.
You heard it from the driver himself, loose in and loose off, and that's what we weren't early in the race, so they know they've got to make that adjustment to undo what they did earlier. So stick around for that adjustment to see whether or not Dale Earnhardt Jr. can work his way into this chase here in just a minute. More in just a minute. NASCAR Hotpass on DirecTV.
They're coming. Sure as God's vengeance, they're coming.
From the director of Walk the Line, a masterpiece.
I'm getting you on that train. You ain't gonna make it.
Full of rip-roaring action.
Everybody in this town will be dead by morning.
Totally gripping and incredibly entertaining.
This town's gonna burn!
Christian Bale and Russell Crowe are unbelievable. The best Western since Unforgiven. 3:10 to Yuma. Rated R. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
Casey Kane. Where?
Casey!
There he is. There he is.
Even the best drivers could use accident forgiveness. Part of your choice auto insurance. Only from Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Hey, is there anything we could do to help? Anything.
Marquez is back. Super featherweight champion Juan Manuel Marquez faces top contender Rocky Juarez.
Big right hand for Marquez. Barrero stunned and in trouble. Now a giant left hook by Juarez.
Kasim Uma versus Sergio Mora. Plus, world featherweight champion Robert Guerrero versus dangerous Martin Nazario. And Francisco Bajado versus Steve Ford. Firework. Marquez Juarez. Saturday, September 15th. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view channel 123.
Hey, Mom. Where's Dad?
In the backyard.
Just massage the laces and direct the traffic. Boys.
Dad?
Come on. With up to 14 games every Sunday on DirecTV's NFL Sunday Ticket, I can watch every game and every player. Matty here is like family now. Always wanted a lefty.
You gotta be kidding.
Look, Maddie, he loves you.
Hey, Maddie.
Bring your favorite players home no matter where you live with NFL Sunday Ticket, only on DirecTV.
Winning is everything. Suddenly, it's just not true anymore. Not now. What matters is that we keep this program alive.
They left this to us. It's on our shoulders.
When you take that field, lay your heart on the line.
If you do that, we cannot be defeated.
We are Marshall. Coming to DirecTV September 18th.
You better move away. You're standing too close to the flames. Once I mess with your mind, your little heart won't beat the same.
A little bit of music here from Waylon Jennings, Ramblin' Man right there. But let's take a look at what's going on here at the Chevy Rock and Roll 400 and how our Hot Pass Hot Shots are doing after 116 or 400 laps. Jeff Gordon's leading. Carl Edwards is running 4th. Denny Hamlin, 11 cars, running 5th. Kevin Harvick is 8th. Dale Jr., well, he's kind of bringing up the rear right now in 12th, but not for long, folks. We're getting ready to make a move. Get down on pit road one more time, make a little bit of adjustment, get that car hooked up a little bit.
Clear.
Get our way back up toward the front.
Hey, Jeff, you can look for kind of a little bit of a major adjustment, too. They're going to adjust the brake bias. Right now, Junior's complaining that he doesn't have enough front brake. In fact, he has said his car is extremely loose, so there's going to be a major adjustment when they come back down pit road.
But the thing is, Krista, on the brakes, believe it or not, that's something that Dale Jr. can do inside the race car. And I made a comment early on that if you look, you could see the front rotors were glowing as well as the rear rotors were glowing. So if he dials a little bit more in the front, it may help a little bit looseness getting down in the turn, but you've got to be careful because if you overuse the front brakes and lose them, well, pretty much our night will be done. So if he makes just a little minor adjustment there, it may help him get down in the turns, but he's got to be careful not to overwork the front doing it.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, too, saying with these car of tomorrows, there's so much more brake dust, especially on the rear tires. We never used to see that as much. You'd see it on the fronts, but now the guys see it a lot on the rears because they're using so much more brake. The cars just handle so different. At least that's how I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but it's a lot different for these, actually for these rear carriers and changers, too. They're not, the visibility's different because there's so much more going on with these tires right now.
And Krista, that's a very valid point right there. Again, as we watched the 8-car roll off into turn 1, you can see that the the glow of the
That
front.
last lap was a good one. The last lap was a good one.
And we just heard Tony Eury Jr. tell Dale Earnhardt Jr. that was a good lap, so maybe that little bit of a brake adjustment made the car a little more comfortable. Now he's been able to drive it a little bit harder, still a little bit loose off the turn, but if he can get down in there, he might be able to let it roll through the center a little bit and make up for some of the time off the exit. Listen to him work the throttle, that is, as you go down the back straightaway into turn 3.
Clear by 2 to the 17.
This is what I love about this racetrack. It's such a racer's racetrack. You can run high, you can run low. The front straightaway is so unique, the way it just keeps sweeping, short back straightaway, a little tricky off of turn 2. Saw the car get a little bit loose from the in-car cam, or from the roof cam as it came off of turn 2. But Krista, do you see a lot of, I guess you might say, movement going on down on as far as the pit guys are concerned? Are they making adjustments to air pressure right now, getting ready for the next pit stop?
Now, right now, they're kind of like us. They're observers. You see some of the guys, they're actually leaning on the pit box and just kind of watching things unfold, getting ready for the next stop. But like we told you, these are the best of the best. I mean, you can't be on a high-profile team like these guys are and not be able to just kind of carry yourself when this pressure is on. So you see them all there kind of conversing a little bit, getting ready for the next stop. But they're just like us. They're watching it all unfold.
And what kind of amazes me, look how laid back they are. They almost look like they're ready to take a nap. But in a moment's notice, you know, the caution comes out, or Dale Jr. hollers, I got a flat tire, or Tony Eury hollers something as far as hitting pit road. These guys will jump in the action, and they'll be ready to go in a moment's notice. But they look like they're just, like I say, they're on a Saturday night just kind of kicking around, waiting for something to happen.
Well, and like you mentioned, Jeff, it's a long race. So if you know, kind of peak too early, you kind of can you know, not have your ratio right. So I guess these guys, they're just so used to it. We do see some of them are starting to stretch a little bit, but yeah, for the most part, just kind of hanging out, waiting for the next stop.
Well, right now we're kind of chasing that 29 car, and the key thing is right now he is right ahead of us once again. We're still holding in 12th place, but the 29 is starting to slide back to us just a little bit. As we watch on that in-car camera inside the car with Dale Earnhardt at the wheel, you can see his eyes. I mean, that clear shield, you can really tell the focus he has as he goes around this racetrack. As once he catches the 78 car being driven this weekend by Joe Nemechek. You can see right there, he's got trying to go underneath him. But the guy he's after is up there in that 29 car right up there in front of him.
Clear. 17 car back bumper.
He's about a second and a half behind him. You can see it up there. And that's who he's trying to get up to and try to put some more pressure on him so he can maybe force a mistake. And then when I say force a mistake, the reason for that is we're watching a lot of the cars right now. We know the 10 cars got damaged. And we've already gave you some of the scenarios.
They're behind them.
And one of those scenarios has to deal with the fact that, you know, if something happens to the 29 car and Dale Jr. doesn't win the race, and he had to finish 43rd. Well, if one of these cars like the 10 car does not come back out, that's going to definitely change some of the game plan. But the game plan has always been, as far as Dale Jr. is concerned, get out there, get this car hooked up, make your way to the front, lead some laps, win this race again, and let everything else kind of fall in place. He's never once said anything about trying to go out, take Kevin Harvick out of the race or Kurt Busch out of the race. He wants to beat these guys fair and square.
Caution's out. 78 crash behind you, Jim. Caution's out.
And this is exactly what we're looking for, Krista, is that opportunity to come down pit road and make an adjustment.
Hey, good, shut your brake fans off, front and rear.
Yeah, and this is the time when we hear Dale Jr. talking on the radio, so let's hear what he has to say.
But it wasn't tight off, or wasn't loose off. Motherfucker. It's terrible loose up off, and it's still plowing in the center. It's fucking loose.
Well, right now you hear is a little bit upset as far as Dale Jr. is concerned. They're trying to figure out what they need to do.
It won't turn in the middle, though.
Couldn't get in, couldn't get off.
That ain't the way to go. That right rear shit.
Hear the heat of the battle right there from Dale Jr.
At first it was real tight. Then it got stupid loose end. You know, once I turned the right rear off getting in, it lost the forward bite.
Jeff, like we did talk about too, being really descriptive. He's really telling the crew what he needs in this car.
This 17 will pull off about start and finish line. We'll have to come around the 26.
Well, he's headed your way right now, Chris, to see what happens here as far as the adjustments.
In the box. There, Tony Jr.
In away. Right here, look left, right here around the 26. Right here, buddy. Right there, whoa.
Watch this crew here go to work. Brian Chase on the jack. DJ Kopp changing that right front tire. Shane Ward, tire carrier. Having a little trouble over there, Krista.
Yeah, you see the guys working around out of the left side, making some changes. This is not going to be one of their best stops. This is one of the best teams on pit road.
Clear behind the one.
A good stop for them. Just a little bit of a hang-up, and you can actually see the expressions on the face down here. You just heard Dale Jr. on the radio. This was not a good stop for this crew, and this was really when they needed it.
What the hell?
Well, as you hear him right now, this is the whole problem right now, is that you don't want to have this kind of situation start developing and start frustrating the driver. Frustrated because of the car, now frustrated because of a pit stop. That could make for a long night, and you can tell these guys are here. They don't want to let the driver down. So they'll make the necessary adjustments and figure out what's wrong and get it fixed before they make the next pit stop. Well, we're still under caution right now, lap 135 of 400 here at Richmond International Raceway.
Jeff, before that stop, actually before he made that brake change in the car, Dale Jr. was saying, in terms of on a scale of 1 to 10, he was a 10 loose in and 8 loose off. He is definitely looking for better numbers there. More Hot Pass on DirecTV right after this.
If over half of all NASCAR teams trust Mobil 1 technology for maximum engine performance, shouldn't you? From Talladega to the Turnpike, nothing beats the world's leading synthetic motor oil. Mobil 1, the official motor oil of NASCAR.
My house! Party's over, bud. Hit it. What's going on?
Me and my bro Spicy Chicken Crisp are just, entertaining.
That friend of yours is a menace.
Why, because he's a buck on the value menu like me?
Where is that punk?
Upstairs.
With Daddy's little girl? Ugh. Spicy!
She was hitting on me!
New, the Spicy Chicken Crisp for $1. Heating up the BK value menu.
New, smooth, long-lasting Extra Supermint. Long-lasting.
You never know how much you've missed something.
You're not ready for this.
Until it's gone.
I might be pregnant. I tell you, I love you. And not one word. Where have you been?
Television's most watched drama
He's never coming back, is he?
returns
I'm your sister.
with a powerful season premiere.
You're the girl from the bar.
I'm the girl from the bar.
Grey's Anatomy, Thursday, September 27th at 9/8 Central. Part of Premiere Week on ABC. Start here.
Hello again, everybody. This is your host, Adam Stockton. Hey, remember last night's Tri-State Super Bowl winner won $91,000. Let's see how we do tonight. And the first number is... Here we go. And the first number is...
20.
Tony Stewart climbs the fence and captures the flag. Yes.
NASCAR Hot Pass here in Richmond International Raceway. Watching there riding right along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's trying to make his way back up through the field right
Still
now after a
outside,
pit stop.
Jim.
As a matter of fact, it wasn't a very good pit stop, as a matter of fact. The team's been performing very strong all night long, but on that last one, it wasn't like they'd like to see. Let's take a quick look at the summaries right here, the Bud crew, and see what they've been doing. The first stop, 13.8. Second stop, 13.4. Picked up 3 spots on that one, but on the last one, it was an 18.6, and they dropped from 12th all the way back to 15th. Had to restart that latest caution right now, but he has definitely been like a man possessed, making his way up through the field. He's back up to 12th.
Still outside, Jim.
But you take a look at the upper part of the your screen, you'll see how he kind of got in the 22 car. Dug underneath the 19 Elliott saddle, and
Clear high
bam,
if you like, clear
kind of
high.
bumped him up out of the way, and right now he's putting a lot of pressure on the man he's been looking for, and that's Kevin Harvick in that 29 car. Gets underneath him. Now, Tony Eury and the team, they made an adjustment to it based off of the wishes of Dale Jr. in that last pit stop. And so far, I mean, he has been making a mad dash toward the front after that, I guess you might say, latest fiasco, at least on pit road in Dale Jr.'s eyes. He was definitely a little bit upset about the way things went on pit road, and he is making up for it on the racetrack right now. And Krista, I think you've been monitoring not only what's been going on pit road, but I believe you got an email from a listener.
Yes, one of our viewers, go ahead and email after. Do you remember that first stop, Jeff, when Junior had that trouble there, kind of got blocked in? Well, I think our email's about that.
By the 10 car.
That's right, and I believe it comes from a viewer in Michigan. But what she wanted to know is actually from Debbie in Holt, Michigan. She wanted to know if the pit stalls here at Richmond are smaller, similar to Bristol, if they're a little bit tighter. And the answer, Debbie, is actually no. They're actually quite wide and quite spacious as far as short tracks go. What happened there is just Junior had to come in around Jamie McMurray. He had to kind of get in at a weird angle, and that was the problem. He had Scott Riggs, you see right there in front of him, and he just got blocked in. There was really nothing the team could do, but that's a great question. It is a short track. It's a 3/4 mile track. Bristol's a half mile. The pit stall's much wider, much more room than we have at Bristol.
And Krista, one other thing I want to add on that, what happened with the fact that the 10 car came in after the 8 car, he actually stopped a little bit short, which kind of made that distance as far as making the turn out a little more difficult for him. But right now, again, he is really trying to march his way up through the field. He's up to 11th, putting some pressure on Tony Stewart, believe it or not, as he tries to make his way around the 49 car of John Andretti. Now, John is 1 lap down, driving the 49 car, and Junior's trying to work around the high side of the 49 car.
Hey, Jeff, something that we heard Junior say during the break, too. He's not happy with this car in terms of how it feels. He actually told his crew, I don't want to drive this car anymore this year. It hurts my back. So he's a little bit uncomfortable in his race car right now, too.
Well, again, Krista, it seems like when things start going wrong, it all kind of like happens at one time. Again, they didn't have a very good pit stop. They had made the wrong adjustments, and now the car itself, is not responding the way he wants it to, and it's not comfortable. That's kind of like, that's normal for a driver. He'll pick this race car apart, all the way to the end if they don't get it hooked up and driving better, because if everything else is wrong, everything's wrong, and that can really make it for a long night for a crew chief. And probably Tony Eury Jr. said, well, why don't you spend more time sitting in that race car and getting it right, because that is your office. I always kind of like, blame a driver. If he don't like the way his cockpit is, it's his fault. But right now, it looks like those adjustments, Krista, are paying some dividends, because once again, now we're back in front of that 29 car.
Yeah, and Jeff, this is what we talked about. It's a long race. They really have to they were so close, they just over-adjusted a little bit. So with the brake change that Junior was able to make, with the air pressure changes they've been continuing to kind of keep up with, I think they're pretty happy with what they have right now. Junior very quiet on the radio. The only talk we hear right now is from Steve Meal, the spotter. So right now, things are going as well as they really can.
And this is really what only thing we can do right now is to try to get in front of the 29 car, make our way up a little bit closer to the front for the first time tonight. We're really back up in the top 10 very solidly, and we're starting to look for that 26 car of Jamie McMurray, who's running 9th. So, this is what we're looking to do, to try to make our way back up through that field, get ourselves in a position where we can win this thing. And it's going to be real difficult to lead the most laps, because we're almost halfway and we haven't led a lap yet. So we need to be able to get ourselves in a position to at least lead that lap, lead the most important one the last one to get this win again and let things kind of fall as they may. And this is something this team has done really good so far, is making the right adjustments to get where they need to be at the end of the race. We'll stick around and find out whether or not Tony Jr. and Dale Jr. get it right here on NASCAR Hot Pass, channel 799.
Give it to me, 1, 2, 3.
Introducing Applebee's new Ultimate Trios. Great taste, great big portions, and a great price. Choose 3 from 7 delicious options to create your ultimate flavor fest. Like our new 100% Angus beef mini bacon cheeseburgers. New crispy, plump, and spicy dynamite shrimp. And the new flame-grilled steak quesadilla tower. Ultimate Trios, ultimate platter at an unbeatable price. Only at Applebee's.
Give it to me, 1, 2, 3.
For the worst allergies, I want a product with the best decongestant. My choice is clear, Claritin D.
Nothing works stronger, faster, or longer to relieve your worst allergy symptoms, including congestion, without drowsiness. Get Claritin D at the pharmacy counter.
Live Claritin Clear.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning. So how'd the testing go?
Well, low-quality discount gasoline's gonna leave behind engine gunk.
Hate engine gunk.
I know you do. Well, Shell stopped gunky buildup to help engines perform at their best.
Still won't turn right, huh?
Not gonna happen.
You'll love this. Watch. The mirrors make bigger, better.
Well, it's fast, sharp, it's big, but they got rules.
It's amazing.
It's the mirrors.
DLP HD TV. Millions of tiny mirrors make the biggest pictures better.
Get 36 months no interest financing on DLP HD TVs today at Circuit City.
Jimmy Johnson's won 2 in a row at Martinsville Speedway. Can he make it 3 in the Subway 500 on October 21st? Will teammate Jeff Gordon knock him off? Or will Denny Hamlin move Johnson out of the way this time? Could Dale Jr. pick up his first Martinsville win in the only short track stop in the chase for the Nextel Championship? Or will someone slip through the Martinsville madness for a surprise victory? Don't miss the wild short track action. For tickets, call 877-RACE-TICKS or visit racetickets.com.
We're at Chicagoland Speedway for the finale of the IndyCar Series. That's the trophy that everybody would be loving to hold at the end of the race. It'll be 2 drivers that'll decide it. 3 points separate the 03 champion Scott Dixon, who's chasing Indy 500 winner Dario Franchitti, and he'll be chasing Franchitti from the drop of the green flag. Dario will start on pole. Dixon will start 6th. And also there's the news. Could Dario be going over to NASCAR next year? We'll have it all for you Sunday at 4 Eastern on ABC.
Let's go get him, Chuck. Hey, 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 hey. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, pretty lady. Show me what you got, shawty. Show me what you got, baby. Hands up and wave, wave, wave.
Show me what you got, Jay-Z.
For a couple laps, but the air pressure's only going to do so much.
All right, good call.
You just heard from Dale Earnhardt Jr. And again, show me what you got right there by Jay-Z, and that's what we were hoping to see here. You know, for Dale Jr. to show us what he's got.
Definitely helped him on the loose at the end of turning, but it's still not good.
All right.
All right, well, he said it's helped him, but he needs some more. Talking about the Tony Eury Jr. as far as what he needs to do to make that car a little bit better. And, folks, if you're enjoying this, well, next week on NASCAR Hot Pass, we roll in the New Hampshire International Speedway. Well, next Sunday, the All-Star lineup is going to include Matt Kenseth on Channel 795, Kevin Harvick, Channel 796, Tony Stewart, Smoke will be back. He'll be on Channel 797. Denny Hamlin, his teammate, he'll be back on Channel 798. And Jeff Burton, well, he'll be on Channel 799. That's next week from New Hampshire International Speedway up in Loudon. And that's where we'll be kicking off the final 10 races for the chase for the championship.
Jeff, you heard Dale Jr. say it's better, but he still needs a little more. You know, we want to tell you a little bit about this pit crew. A lot of these guys kind of hang hanging out on the wall waiting for the next stop to come out. This is a group that has been together for quite a while. A lot of these guys are really been together quite a bit. You see one of the guys closest to you there with the goatee, that is Sean Ward, the front carrier. Next to him is Craig Lunn, the catch can man, up with his knee on the wall a little bit further down. That's the jack man. They call him Hootie. His name is Brian Chase. You mentioned Jeff Clark, who used to be the jack man. He is now the gas man. And Hootie is talking to Eric Wakeland. He is the rear carrier. But this is a group that has been together a long time. They're one of the best in the business. They average stops just a little bit over 13 seconds. And that's why that last stop they had when they had a little bit of trouble, an 18-second stop, that is just not customary for this club group.
And Krista, when you talk about that, that's the good thing about having a veteran group. They know that when they make a mistake, the best way to basically make up for it is have a really good stop the next time in. And I think the key to all of this has to be a guy like Jeff Clark, because he's going to tell them all, look, you know how to do your job. Just don't worry about what happened the last stop. Let's keep moving forward. Let's go back to what we did the first couple of times, put some solid stops together, beat a couple of these guys off the pit road, get Dale Jr. pumped back up. We've already heard from the fact that the car was better, but it needs a little bit more or a little bit different way of getting that. Air pressure right now is not totally, fixing these problems. So that's the main thing, is they need to work on a little bit more, maybe make a wedge adjustment or a track bar adjustment besides just the air pressure to get this car hooked up like it needs to be. Now, even though Dale Jr. is running 10th, Krista, we're still not making up the points we really need to. We just got around the 29 car, and he's only just a little ways behind us, so you can pretty much understand we've only gained about 4 points on him, so we're still 124 points out of that coveted 12th position as we take a look at this.
Yeah, Jeff, it's a giant math problem. You see the numbers up there on the screen. I mean, we knew coming into this, Dale Jr. had a monumental task ahead of him. He said that. He said this is no easy task, but he said what's frustrating is they set a goal at the start of the year to make it into the chase. Most of the drivers set that same goal. Dale Jr. told me earlier this weekend that he said, I thought that was a simple goal. I kind of thought that was a no-brainer. And there was a stretch there maybe 6 races ago that lasted for 6 weeks through the summer that Dale Jr. was solidly in the chase. He was in 12th for 6 straight weeks, but he was up by so many points. But then they had some of those bad races, and everything just kind of fell out from underneath them. Now, they've been really good lately. 2 straight finishes of 5th the last 2 weeks, but it was just too little, too late. Now, all these guys can do is fight for everything they have tonight. And Dale Jr. said, none of my guys, me included, are going to lay down and cash this thing in. They're going to run full throttle all evening.
And Krista, you talked about it. It was just a little stretch right there where he really kind of took the hit, and that was at Daytona, Chicago, and Indianapolis, and then again at Watkins Glen. 2 engine problems, a loss of a power steering, and 1 wreck, and that pretty much summed up and pretty much put him behind the 8 ball as far as problems on the racetrack. Now, he did have the other issue as far as the penalty that his crew chief right there, Tony Eury Jr., got for messing around with the rear spoiler bolts. And NASCAR took a very dim view of that, penalized him 100 championship points, driver and owner. So you can imagine right now, if they had those 100 points back, they really wouldn't be that far out of the chase, and this race would be a lot more exciting right now. But it's still very exciting, so don't miss one lap of it here. We'll be back with some more NASCAR Hot Pass in just a moment, folks.
After 90 years in the making, this is our truck. Silverado from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
This is our country.
Thursday, September 27th, Big Shots have style.
The dress still kills me,
Big Shots have money.
We are the darlings of Wall Street.
Big Shots have power. And they think they run the world.
We're men. If it comes to sex, money, or criminal proceeding, we're allowed to lie.
But women know better.
She wants me to wax.
What'd you say? The back is one thing, but that's a whole new deal.
Big Shots premieres Thursday, September 27th at 10/9 Central. Part of Premiere Week on ABC. Start here.
for great college football from across the country, you need ESPN Game Plan from DirecTV. Covering many of the best teams and conferences, ESPN Game Plan has up to 12 games every Saturday from outside your local area. Order now by calling 1-800-GET-SPORTS for a full season of great college football with ESPN Game Plan from DirecTV. Only 2 payments of $64.50. Order now at 1-800-GET-SPORTS or go to directv.com/gameplan.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents 2 of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
This is Jan's new home. And this is Jan after finding out that DirecTV will be paying her mortgage for a whole year. Why is Jan so lucky? Because she called this number before she moved and was automatically entered into the DirecTV Home Free Sweepstakes. Now she's living mortgage-free for a whole year. Are you thinking about moving? Call prior to your big day and you could be living mortgage or rent-free too. Lucky for you, there's a new winner every month. It's enough to make you jump for joy.
Brought to you by EA Sports NASCAR 2008. In stores now.
The more you know.
That's right, folks. We're riding shotgun. NASCAR Hotpass on DirecTV. That's Tom Petty running down a dream. That's what Junior's trying to do, run down a dream.
Caution's out, caution's out.
This could be right here the break we're looking for, to have an opportunity to work on this race car. You see a lot of smoke right in front of him.
Man, this thing sucks. It won't turn, and you can't get in the gas. It'll fucking spin off. It won't turn in the middle. Loose end. Sounds like crap. We need a standard right in front of the spring.
Fifth caution.
Could you tell a big difference in that change? I mean, there at the start you went, but I think that was all you. I mean, what did the car do change?
It was hooked, turning, and had good grip and good bite for 3 or 4 laps there, and then that went away. It tightened up in the center, and then I lost the rear up off there the last 10 laps.
All right.
Here we come, guys. 4,500, 4,500. Around that 26 again, Dale Jr. There's nobody in the pits in front of us.
Here right now, the Shane Mill talking about, Steve Mill's talking about coming down pit road. We'll take a look at the leaders right at the top of the screen right there. The 99 car raises an engine. As we come down pit road one more time, Kristen, let's see whether or not they can make enough adjustments to make that car get better.
Jeff, you see Dale Jr. in. They're going to make a track bar adjustment. This is the first chassis adjustment of the evening. Also coming in for those tires. And Dale Jr. said he has got a whole mess of problems right now. It won't turn. It won't turn in the middle. It's loose in. It's had good grip.
Go, 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 go. One outside. Clear right there behind the 17.
That was definitely a better stop than they had the last time. It still almost got blocked in. Had a little bit of trouble with the 29 car, but beating him off of pit road was a big plus.
This seat is a mother killing my back. We fucked with it at the Bristol test. It bothered me there. We never got it right.
Chris DeVoto talked about this race car not fitting him, not very happy with the seat in this car, and he continues to complain about it. We're not even halfway, so it's going to be a tough night for Dale Jr. If he's able to hang on, gain some ground, and get his way into the chase, he's going to definitely earn it. With all the problems they seem like they're having here tonight, this is not going to be an easy night for Dale Jr. and the Budweiser crew. See Tony Uri Jr. right there. Max Siegel, president of DEI. Some of the crew members trying to talk about the last stop right there and get ready for the next one.
Yeah, Jeff, that's actually DJ Cobb, the front changer, cleaning off his air gun there. And, you know, it's he does want to send out a birthday wishes. Also, I was talking to the guys earlier today. It's his dad, Dwight's 55th birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Mr. Cobb.
Well, Krista, guess what? Me and Mr. Cobb share the same birthday. I'm going to be not quite that old tomorrow, thank goodness. But,
you're going to be 25, Hammond.
That's exactly, 25, and proud of it. And we'll be proud of everything that's going to be happening later on here. But stick with us here, DirecTV Hot Pass, channel 799.
Are all gasolines the same? At Shell, we're constantly testing to prove there is a difference. From in the lab to driving 5,000 miles on the open road. And while some interesting things happened during the testing, the results proved even more interesting. Low-quality discount gasolines can allow performance-robbing gunk to build up in your engine. Shell gasolines stop gunky buildup, helping your car perform at its best. Now that's a difference.
Dodge Avenger RT and Charger RT. Inspired by NASCAR. Built to grab life.
Hello. I'm Alex Keith, president of Old Spice Marketing. To promote the new Old Spice Collectors series, we pioneered a unique media opportunity. Tony Stewart's Armpits.
I think it's really good. This is the same car that you wanted.
I love Jeff Gordon. I love everything about him. I love that his car has flames on it. I love that he can jump in the car of tomorrow and rip up any track from Talladega to Bristol. I love that he's got 4 NASCAR championships and counting. Simply put, he's a medal-clad warrior who hasn't missed a Cup start in more than 490 races. Well, which is great for him, but bad for everyone else. NASCAR 08, rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Which driver will you follow? The all-new Track Pass Race View from NASCAR.com. Save 15% when you sign up from September 9th through the 16th.
And welcome back to channel 799 Hot Pass on DirecTV, and you're watching Dale Earnhardt Jr. getting ready to come to the green. And folks, we're getting ready to come to the green, but later on, stick around after the checkered flag for the Old Spice post-race show on channel 795 through channel 799, only on NASCAR Hot Pass. We're getting ready to go back to green. After 189 of 400 laps have been run.
Lap cars coming on the bottom.
Coming up on halfway. Now we'll get an opportunity to see whether or not these some more adjustments, and plus a pretty good job off of pit road. We've got this 8 car up to the 9th position. See if we can move our way on up here. But more importantly, we're now in front of the 29 and the 2. We'll listen right along. We're getting ready to go back green.
Green flag, green flag. Still inside, Dale Jr. Now you're clear low.
Dale Jr. gets up there on the front straightaway, heads down into turn 1, following the DeWalt car of Matt Kenseth.
Clear.
Presently riding in 8th position. And these restarts can be real tricky because even though you were starting back there in the 9th position, it's like starting 18th with all those lap cars on the inside of you, and you got to be very careful working your way through traffic as we come up on the 21 car, Bill Elliott there on the inside.
Hey, Jeff, you know, it's really impressive, too, what Dale Jr.'s been able to do with this car and keep it up there running in the top 10. Before that last stop, he was complaining about tons of stuff with this car. He said it just wouldn't turn, that it wouldn't turn in the middle, that it was rear of the car. So they made a track bar adjustment, hoping that that would help a little bit along with that 4-tire change. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of trouble, and the fact that he's running top 10 is says a lot, I think.
It does, Krista. And I think, again, the one thing I love about watching this guy race is I heard several people say, well, Dale Jr. is not that good of a race car driver, and I beg to differ with you. And if you've been watching him over the last month in particular, he has done a great job of not only fighting adversity, but dealing with some race cars that haven't been exactly right. And again, people say, well, why is he taking Tony Jr. with him? Because they haven't won a lot of races. If you watch them when they start a race, if they're not right, they're able to work out their problems, get it better. And Dale Jr. does a good job, I think, of moving the car around on the racetrack and finding a good place for it to run. A lot of drivers, they just get kind of locked in on the bottom or locked in on the top, and they don't hunt around for that groove. Dale Jr. he searches out where that race car will, maybe get some kind of grip. Whether if he's a little bit loose getting in, he'll change his line getting in. If it won't work getting off, well, he'll hunt around until he finds a place to make it work. And that's one thing I love about his ability as a driver, and what I love about Tony Jr. as a crew chief is they're not afraid to make a lot of adjustments. You go all the way back to Pocono. Whenever they had a problem, they came down on pit road, made a shock adjustment, and rallied all the way back to finish in second. I mean, it's just impressive what they're able to do from time to time.
Hey, Jeff, you were talking about overcoming adversity. I just realized something else that Dale Jr. has had to overcome this weekend, and I know you're just dying to know what it is, right?
Don't be holding anything back on me now. Come on, tell me.
Okay. Dale Jr. has had to deal without any hot water in his motor coach this week. No hot water for showers, no hot water at all, because the AquaHot system, what a motor coach has to heat the water, it broke on the drive from California to here. His motor coach driver, which is actually another family member, Mike Watkins, the husband of his aunt Kathy Watkins, actually they blew a right front tire 250 miles away from this racetrack. He made it all the way across the country and then had a right front tire blow. And then they lost the hot water. And then to make matters worse, Mike's personal car, Tahoe, also had a nail in the tire. So it's been a tough week for Mike Watkins, and no hot water for Dale Jr.
No wonder he's so grumpy right now with his race car, not happy with the way the seats fit in. He's not had a really good hot shower all weekend long, but that's the way it is on life on the road. Sometimes it's not always a bed of roses, and people always think about how they want to be involved in NASCAR. It's not always, I guess you might say, a glamorous end. And as we watch right now, Dale Jr. trying it once again, try to put some pressure on the 17 car. We just come up on the halfway point. 201 laps in the book, so it's an official race. Now when everything really is going to start picking up, because this is when it's really going to count. You got to be able to finish and finish strong, and Dale Jr. again putting a lot of pressure on that 17 car for 7th. But there's also a good race going on up front. I don't want to forget that. We got trouble in front
of us. Go low, go low.
The 11.
Whatever you did there helped it quite a bit, Junior. Helped it turn and gave it a little forward bite, I think.
All right, 10-4.
Well, that was a good news right there, as Dale Jr. again was putting pressure on
the
17
car. Been improvement, the last two.
And that's what the crew wants to hear right there. It's an improvement.
All right, just so you know what I've done. That was a half a round of track bar up right there. They probably stood it up on the right rear, got the left rear planted. Staying out.
Even though it's the 6th caution of the night, Tony Jr. says, hey, stay out. All improvements better. That last track bar adjustment kind of hooked the car up, still turning through the center. Take a look right there, battling for the lead. 2 laps past
halfway, Jim.
The 11 and the 07 and Clint Boyer, they get together, and around Clint Boyer goes, and they give the lead back to the 24 car of Jeff Gordon. But fortunately for the 07, he just makes a little bit of body contact with Denny Hamlin. Didn't wind up making contact with the wall, so
10-4.
not only were we having a good battle with the 17, but a good battle for the lead. Take a look at the 07 once again, trying to drive to the inside of the 11. Gets loose. Rather than take the 11 car out, he spins the 07 all the way around. And fortunately for him, nobody hits him. So, Krista, as they say, we'll take that one, move up a spot. We're now up to 7th with 198 laps to go.
Yeah, and those changes that they made, especially that track bar adjustment, you heard him say on the radio, it not only has it helped him turn, it's given him forward bite. So they are exactly where they want to be right now. And it's so funny. I'm so glad that I remembered that hot water story, because I was joking with Mike, the coach driver, yesterday about that. I said, man, that's a rough trip from California over here. He said, not as rough as Dale Jr.'s got now. No hot water.
Well, again, it's hard to imagine one of these guys having to kind of suffer, but I'm sure he was able to probably weather through it. I wouldn't be one bit surprised if he didn't go right next door to Martin Truex Jr.'s coach or over to his buddy Tony Stewart's coach and take a shower over there. Well, I'm not going to take a shower, but I am going to take a break. We'll have some more action from here at Richmond International Speedway in just a moment.
Well, he tries to come.
Looking for an excuse to buy a new Vizio? At only $448, you don't have to make excuses. Go to Vizio.com and see how Vizio is making HD TV a possibility for everyone.
Vizio.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. And Lotrimin Ultra's so ultra powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
My boyfriend was beaten to death.
On September 14th,
I never understood how people live with fear, and then it touched me.
once the line is crossed, can you ever turn back? Jodie Foster. What are you, a cop? The Brave One, rated R. Starts September 14th.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Drive it forever.
Time now for the answer to our Aflac trivia question. We ask you, which driver won every NASCAR Cup event at Richmond International Raceway from the fall of 1970 to the fall of 1973? It was the King, Richard Petty. He had 7 consecutive wins during that time period.
All right, welcome back to NASCAR Hot Pass here on DirecTV. We're getting ready to go back to green. 206 laps of 400. We've got 195 laps to go with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Pace car's off.
Running 7th. Pace car just pulled off. We're getting ready to go back green.
Green flag, green flag. Inside you. Now you're clear low if you need it.
And we just went back to green here at Richmond, but tomorrow for NFL fans, the green flag's going to drop on the first official regular season Sunday, and it happens to be tomorrow. Can you believe it? Well, better yet, are you ready for it? Well, if you haven't purchased an NFL ticket Sunday yet, call 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race or visit directtv.com/NFL and sign up before tomorrow's kickoff. That's right. If you haven't got an NFL Sunday ticket yet, you got to get it before tomorrow, because you got to realize with up to 14 games each week, you can watch your favorite team no matter where you live. DirecTV has also added some great new features to the NFL ticket Superfan package, including over 180 games over high definition, and this year you have the ability to watch it on your computer. So give DirecTV a call at 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race tonight and sign up now. Crystal, I have to get back and get signed up there because I want to be able to watch my Panthers play no matter what.
I was just going to ask you if you had a team, and I should have figured it was the Carolina Panthers. What was I thinking?
Well, I mean, for a long time, I'll tell you the truth. I was a Don Shula fan, and I always pulled for him when he coached at Baltimore. They went to Miami. But when the Panthers came to town, well, they became my favorite team. Even though Joe Gibbs, I respect him a lot at Washington, hey, I got to be a Panther fan. John Fox, hopefully they've got a team together this year that can kind of like challenge and win some games, and we'll be pulling for him. And it's like I'm pulling for Dale Jr. right now to get position on the 17 car as he dives off into turn 1, gets underneath him to see if he can carry some momentum off of that corner. Looks like he's got him. Heading off into turn 3 right there, picked up another position.
Yeah, racing his good buddy Matt Kenseth there. Yeah, he's got a great lead on him going into turn 1. Of course, Dale Jr., the big Redskins fan, you mentioned the Redskins. He loves the Washington Redskins. Back on lap 205, he was asking how his teammate Martin Truex is doing. Truex, of course, a Philadelphia Eagles fan, so we've got NFL connections everywhere. Truex is running really, really tight right now, but you can tell he's always worried about his teammate. That was just a few laps ago. He asked how Truex's run was going.
Well, Chris, the best news for him as far as his teammate as he goes underneath the 12 car of Ryan Newman is the fact that when they started that engine tonight and rolled off, and locked that Martin Truex Jr. into his first opportunity to challenge for the chase for the championship over the final 10 races. Again, that's great news for him because I don't think without Dale Jr., Martin Truex Jr. would have gotten an opportunity to be driving for DEI, and he's really responded well. These two guys, I mean, I would dare say that he's probably going to miss him as a teammate, but he'll always have him as a friend.
And what's neat is you see the crowd reaction when Martin Truex gets introduced for driver intros too. Everybody knows he's tied in with DEI. He gets, almost as big of a cheer as Dale Earnhardt Jr. does because he's associated with Dale Jr. And remember, a few years ago in the All-Star race, he won the fan vote because of his association. And Martin Truex is very honest about it. He said, "It's my association with Dale Jr. It has brought me so many fans."
Well, I'm glad he recognizes that. At the same time, I think they've been good for one another. We watched Dale Jr. go underneath the 16 car of Greg Biffle, who happens to just be basically out there trying to log some laps. He's 114 laps behind right now in 42nd position. Well, let's take a look at the race summary as we have just moved into the top 5. There have been 8 different leaders and 11 different changes, 6 cautions for 33 laps, and Jeff Gordon has led 141 of 216 laps. Continue to watch Dale Jr. working that low side right now. Now he's taking a look at the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson, and Jimmy got real loose off that turn, and Dale has now jumped underneath him, trying to take over the 4th position.
Clear.
All right. Chris, it looks like that last adjustment that Tony Uri and the Budweiser crew did really has hooked this number 8 car up, and it's working not only on the bottom, but also around the top.
Yeah, and a personal goal that they're shooting for, if Dale Jr. can finish in the top 5, it'll be just the 3rd time in his career that he has scored back-to-back 3 top 5s in a row. So a little personal goal that the team is shooting for as well. But hey, don't go anywhere because we've got a lot of racing to go. You're watching Hot Pass on DirecTV, channel 799. We'll be right back.
Aspirin? I think I pulled a delt. Yeah. It's a casual top for work, don't you think? Beep, beep, beep. There it is. No, I can get a ride. Oops.
Yoga. At least you can keep your heartburn from coming back with Prilosec OTC, the only OTC heartburn remedy that works to block heartburn before it begins. For 24 hours with 1 pill a day. Try Prilosec OTC, the round-the-clock heartburn blocker.
Taking risks is part of racing. But when it comes to running my business, I never risk it, and neither should you. Rely on Office Depot for everything from office supplies to office furniture to the latest technology like laptops and software. Everything your business needs. So race into Office Depot today. Oh, that would have been bad.
Office Depot, proud sponsor of NASCAR, Carl Edwards, and the number 99 Roush Fenway Racing Team.
More bars in more places. That's what you can expect from the new AT&T, the largest digital voice and data network in America. So switch to the network you can trust. AT&T, your world delivered.
Don't look right now. Comb over at 9 o'clock.
No. Roof flap.
That's right, without a fight. We're not going to go down without a fight. But Hoobastank, that's right, folks. Hoobastank without a fight right now as we're watching Dale Jr. running in 4th position. And we're definitely not going to go without a fight tonight. And you're watching NASCAR Hotpass on DirecTV. Pretty good view right there out of the roof cam right there, trying to run back down the 11-car Denny Hamlin. Let's take a look and see how our hot shots are doing after 227 of 400 laps tonight. Jeff Gordon still leading. Denny Hamlin's in 3rd, but look at our boy Dale Jr. jumped up to 4th. Kevin Harvick is still there, hanging there in the top 10 and 6th. And Matt Kenseth is 8th in the 17-car. So, Krista, what do you think? We're not going to go down without a fight, are we?
Not a chance. And, you know, that is exactly what Dale Jr. talked about this week. None of these guys are going to cash it in. And that's really important for him to let his fans know, too. Obviously, leading DEI at the end of the year, he has not had a win this year. That is extremely important to him. Almost as important as getting into the chase. If he can't make it into the chase, which, as we know, doesn't look likely, and he knew that going in, he said he wants to go out with a win. He wants his fans to know that he and his team are doing everything they can to continue to compete for their sponsors and for their fans. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see 11 to go. He's going to get a win before this year's up.
Well, I definitely believe right now, Krista, he's going to get a win because he is just so determined. I've got to give him a lot of credit, too. When you think about this entire season, it's been pressure-filled. A lot of decisions had to be made. And to be able to drive as well as he has, be as focused as he has, with all the stuff that's been going on in his racing world as well as his business world, it's pretty amazing. And this group right here definitely has not laid down and rolled over and said, you know what, we could just quit and wait to next year. That's not what these guys are all about. They're winners. They're not quitters. And I really believe that if things go the way I hope they will tonight, I mean, I believe we still got a great chance with a little bit more of an adjustment to get back in this thing and possibly get this thing to victory lane. And this is one thing we've got to start looking at. We need to get up front with 168 laps to go and get out front. We're just giving those laps away, so if we wanted to lead the most laps and win the race, it's
Yellow's out, big wreck off of 2
We've got
again.
a big wreck right now.
Actually, when you get there, there'll only be one car left. He should be against the outside wall, and he's moving now.
Heard Steve Mill right there giving the instructions that when he got there, the 88 car, who's the one who just brought the caution out, will be gone. So now this team right now, especially the guys on pit road, I'm pretty sure they're going to come to pit road and make at least another adjustment.
A little bit tight. Still a little free in. Just same issues I had. They're about cut in half.
All right, 10-4. Half up track bar. Ray, just take me a quarter pound out of that right rear. Can you do that? Got time, guys. The pace car is just off 2.
You're hearing the information being given back to Tony Uri Jr. Tony Uri Jr. now calling out the changes he wants made on this number 8 car. Pit road is open.
Fans off.
Steve Mill letting everybody know where the pace car is. And Krista, this could be one of the more important stops we're going to make all night long because we're not going to have the 26 car in our way getting in our pit stop.
Finish line behind 11, Tony Jr. 10 away. Look left,
But we do
right here, buddy.
have the 10 back out there now, too. The 10 may become an issue, but as Dale Jr. brings his car in, they're calling for the changes again. And they said, Dale Jr. said his issues are about the same as he had before, but cut in half. Half is bad. They were going to make a track bar adjustment. continuing with the air pressure adjustment, a quarter pound out of the right.
Hard, go to the wall, go to the wall. Again, all the way out.
Solid stop right there as he gets out right behind Tony
Nice job,
Stewart.
guys. Good job, guys.
And that is exactly what this team needed to do for the driver. He's been doing a good job. The team rallied around behind him, picked up a little bit off of pit road, now up to third position. Now this is what you call putting the pressure on the guys like Kevin Harvick as well as Kurt Busch. Still got a long ways to go, got 165 laps remaining, but you always want to see your team and your car kind of come together right there toward the end. And so far, the 8 car as well as his team, well, they're getting the job done. Take a look there in the upper right. You get an opportunity to see what's going on with the Jackman who's got the crew cam. Hootie, or the Brian Chase is his real name, but Hootie did a great job right there. And hopefully we're going to do a great job the rest of the way in here on NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV, channel 799.
Something wrong? Silverado. It's gone. It's a shame, man. You got OnStar? Yeah. They can help you find it. Really? Yeah. They get your autograph. Yeah.
GM OnStar, how can I help you, Mrs. Johnson?
Looks like we need directions to the nearest movie theater.
Sending turn-by-turn directions now.
You don't have to be a star to get the OnStar treatment.
OnStar, active.
Available on 16 Chevy models.
Man, 300,000 parts? That's incredible. Where do they all come from?
Watch this.
Oh, hey, Michael.
Hi, Jeannie.
Well, what can I do you for?
About 50,000 Napa Gold air filters.
Wow. I want $1 billion and a pet monkey.
He's not that kind of genie, Dale.
Most families go.
Let's go, gentlemen.
Dodge Charger RT and Dodge Avenger RT. They're built for speed. So pace yourself.
Are all gasolines the same? At Shell, we're constantly testing to prove there is a difference. From in the lab to driving 5,000 miles on the open road. And while some interesting things happened during the testing, the results proved even more interesting. Low-quality discount gasolines can allow performance-robbing gunk to build up in your engine. Shell gasolines stop gunky buildup, helping your car perform at its best. Now that's a difference.
Bring your baseball team home this season with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Whether you're a Chicago fan living in the East or a New York fan living out West, catch your favorite team no matter where you live with up to 60 out-of-market games a week. Non-stop baseball action you don't want to miss. And new on-screen scores and stats. Make every game a home game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Call 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
3 minutes.
And welcome back to the Richmond International Raceway and the Chevy Rock and Roll 400. You're watching NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV. And we're covering Dale Earnhardt Jr. tonight on channel 799. And for Junior fans, well, he just jumped in a second. We got a caution out. But as I said earlier, we just moved in the second place around Tony Stewart. Caution waves once again on lap 242. See the 42 car, Juan Pablo Montoya, he getting out of the car. It was on fire. Looks like he ran up underneath the back end of another car right there and maybe broke the carburetor loose. But he walks away unscathed. Watching on the onboard right there, Dale Jr. looked like he raised his visor, getting a little bit of a cold drink right now during this latest of cautions, the 8th caution of the night. Well, we've been talking a lot tonight about pit stops and how important they've been. And the last one picked us up a position right there as the guys came in. He was following Denny Hamlin. You can see right there a summary of all these stops. First one was 13.4, second was 13.4. But the third one was kind of bad. It made up a little bit of ground on the fourth one. But the last one right there is a 14.1. And these guys really, just a very solid stop. But Junior really lights it up coming down pit road. Gets around the 11 car, Denny Hamlin, and almost beats out the 20 car of Tony Stewart. Coming back down pit road one more time here, Krista. Let's see kind of like what happens here. All right, what they're doing is that they're bringing the cars down pit road because of all the debris on the racetrack, Krista, which is a good news, I think, for the teams because you don't want to cut a tire down and have to be forced back on pit road with this great track position we find ourselves in right now.
Yeah, especially not after the run they're having here with such a great stop, so much momentum right now. All of that wreckage happening right on the front stretch, right in front of pit road. So they're bringing down pit road instead, and they'll just kind of reroute the cars until they get that cleaned up.
Things are getting pretty wild out there with 157 laps to go in tonight's race, Krista. But you had a pretty good view maybe what was going on there. Did you get any idea of what happened to that 42 car? Because, I mean, he was really blazing coming down that front straightaway. Watching once again, NASCAR bringing the pace car and the entire field down pit road till everything gets
something wrong with a safety barrier or something?
See what's wrong with the racetrack.
They're not even really at it, Junior. They're just sweeping up here at the start-finish line real good. I'm not exactly sure why they're red flagged.
Well, we're stopped right now at the moment down on pit road.
29 looks like a choo-choo train right now. He missed that wreck, went through the grass, and he's packed the radiator full of grass, so now it's overheating pretty bad, so I'll keep you updated.
Listening to Tony Eury Jr. letting Dale Jr. know that the 29 car of Kevin Harvick, who's currently running 7th, run a little overheating, but the reason being went down to avoid that wreck. Got a lot of grass up inside the front air dam area, which really blocks the radiators.
I mean, just a little bit more race car, and I'll be able to win. All right, we'll keep working on it for you.
Now, that is great news right there, Krista, when he says, I need just a little bit more to get to win.
Water out to the drivers, Tony Jr.
Yeah, that's right, Jeff. They're just kind of talking. They're allowing the water to go out to the drivers right now. Dale Jr. said he's okay right now, but we want to talk to Tony Eury Jr. You guys have just kind of been fine-tuning those adjustments. Do you feel like that last stop, your crew really came through a 13.29 stop, and are the adjustments right on? Is this where you need to be?
Well, we got to give just a little bit more. I mean, he hasn't run with the 24 yet. He just said he just made the comment he needs a little more race car and he can win. So, you know, it's been in a kind of a bad predicament with the 26 being here. It's hard to get you can't have a perfect pit stop. So now that we were out running the 26, we can have those. And I think the guys have buttoned down and got doing what they need to do. And we got 150 more to go.
A little bit more race car. Is track bar what's doing that? Is it air pressure? Is the car coming to the track? What's that perfect combination?
Well, it's a little bit of everything. I mean, we were playing with air pressures in the first 2 stops, and then we started messing around with some track bar and stuff, and it seems to just light the car up. I mean, feel really good. You know, we only had 10 laps with this geometry package, and it's quite a bit different and asks for a lot different stuff. So it's about on schedule. I mean, we're starting to tune in on it pretty good here. A few more fine adjustments will be fine.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Tony Eury Jr., crew chief for Dale Jr. And as the cars continue to sit here on the racetrack, we're sure we're going to get some more radio communication. These guys will talk a little bit amongst themselves, Jeff.
Well, right now, again, that's got to be exactly what the doctor ordered whenever Dale Jr. called him and told him, hey, I need just a little bit more race car, and I'll go win us a race. I mean, that's great news. He needs to get a win no matter what. But also, you know, when you look around and you see the issues right now possibly with the 29 car, the 2 car Kurt Busch, even though he's in 11th position, got caught up in that wreck a minute ago. He does have damage to his race car. I mean, these are the kind of things that you need to kind of like seize the moment, and hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of. Again, it's still a long ways to go, but this is what you're looking for. Tell you what we'll try to do. Let's see if we can slide down there and see if Dale Jr. will talk to us just a minute and let us know what his thoughts are. Dale Jr., this is Jeff Hammond with NASCAR Hot Pass. How's it going down there, buddy?
It's pretty good. How are you?
Truthfully, I'm enjoying watching you tonight. You're doing a great job out there with that King of Rock and Roll Elvis Budweiser car, and just been watching you work the high side, the low side. You guys have been working on your chassis, been giving some good feedback, back to the team, and they're making a lot of the adjustments. But, man, you've been driving the wheels off that thing, and I've just enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, you should have been watching me my whole career. This ain't no different than any other race. We've been working hard, and because tomorrow we're going to be hardly working. Can't wait to get on that lake, but while we're here, we're going to try to figure out how to get this thing a little bit better. I think we're just getting so close to having a car that can win, so we're going to keep on trying.
Well, I think right now you got it really close, and again, yeah, I have been watching you about your whole entire career, buddy. Remember that? Remember back on them lake days when you used to go and you and I used to go out and do a little bit of tubing. Is that what you're going to be doing tomorrow, a little bit of tubing maybe?
I'm not going to get on anything that goes over 5 miles an hour tomorrow. I'm going to just chill, so I'm looking forward to it. But plus the Redskins are going to play, so we'll be watching them. I think they're going to whoop Miami. But this car's been real loose getting in, and over on the right front getting in, getting loose carrying the left rear, and in the center it'll take a big push, and it rolls to the right rear and picks the left front up and it won't turn, and then snaps up off. But Tony Jr. made a couple changes really that got us right in the ballpark, real close. So I think it's a lot of track position. I think if I can get in front of that 24, I might be able to stay there. And if we keep improving on our car, we won't have to worry about it. We'll be running away from them. The thing gets much better.
Well, so far, like I said, it's been a lot of fun to watch. You've done a great job. And, oh, by the way, you can watch those Redskins of yours on the NFL Sunday Ticket. And if you haven't got it yet, call Chris Long. Make sure he gets it hooked up for you by tomorrow.
I guess I talk too much still. I'm just a lost one, Junior. Nah, you're doing fine.
Oh, me.
Yep. Doing good. It's been fun. Boy, see me drive through that 22 car. Woo!
You've been probably more aggressive tonight, wheeling it more than I have seen you in a long time. Sure.
Yeah, these things are tanks. They'll run through anything. I feel pretty good, and like I said, keep getting that car better. That thing's pretty good. It's coming up off the corner a whole lot straighter now, don't you think?
Yeah, it looks a lot better just watching the screen, trying to see that. I mean, you and Denny were definitely faster than that 24 and the 20 while ago. It was just a matter of he was on the high side beating you off the corner, but both of you were kind of running that group down, so doing real good.
Yeah.
Now, folks, this is exactly what NASCAR Hot Pass is all about. You get a chance to ride shotgun, listen to what these guys are saying, what they're feeling. I think it's pretty impressive how loose that.
Will, won't you just fire it up, make sure you circulate everything, shut it back on.
You just heard Tony Jr. right there tell Dale Jr., fire it up. Just want to circulate things. Don't want the water to get too hot. Get a chance to kind of circulate it around, circulate a bit of oil. But again, these guys are so loose, even though they've got to, they know what they've got to do and they realize what they're up against. They're having fun. So let's take a look as far as how the points stand right now. Harvick is running 7th with 3,155 points. And basically what it all boils down to, we're 101 points behind Kurt Busch, who is now in 11th. So it's a kind of confusing system, but the main thing is pay attention to the 101 points. We've gained a little bit. What's going to matter is when they get ready to go back to green here in a minute. You did hear Dale Jr. talk about these cars being tanks. You look in the upper right-hand corner, you can see the damage that is done to the 2 car, whether or not it's going to really affect him. The key on the 2 car I think you got to worry about is whether or not they're able to get the car where they can take fuel and everything. But right now, 101 points with 156 laps to go.
Yeah, and Jeff, we're actually that 2 cars stopped on pit road right in front of us, right in front of the 8 pit stalls. So you better believe these guys are checking out that damage too. And will it be a factor? We don't know. But with the points chase so close, with this being the last race, every factor matters. And when you see one of the cars that you have to beat line up right there with that much damage, you better believe people are paying attention.
I mean, we've been talking about that when you come into Richmond in the last few years, there's been a lot more drama as far as guys making this chase. But when you look at what's happening here, again, with 156 laps to go, you got Dale Jr. running second. Yeah, this told Junebug to fire it up. That was Steve Mill, the spotter. Tell him to fire it up and get ready to go back and do some racing. He's in second place, and if he's able to get up to the lead and get this thing to victory lane, like we said all along, we got to let the cards kind of fall where they may. But he's going to put pressure on this 2 as well as the 29. The 29 was obviously losing a little bit of water, steaming a little bit because of the problems that he got from running through the grass. He'll probably have to come back down pit road. The 2 car, again, don't know if he's going to have to come back to pit road or not, but he definitely has some damage there. It could hurt him as far as getting fuel in this race car, and they still are going to have to make at least one more stop.
Yeah, and Jeff, don't you think, I mean, as a driver, things can start playing tricks on your mind. Kurt Busch came into this knowing that all he had to do was finish 36, and that would lock him in. But when you know that you have a beat up, banged up, bent up race car, I mean, little gremlins start creeping into your mind knowing that you're that close. I mean, that's got to be quite a thing.
Oh, it really is, and I think the only good thing about it as far as Kurt Busch is concerned is he at least said, I've been there. I mean, remember the wheel came off down at Homestead when he almost had the championship won and had to work through it. So a lot of pressure on a lot of these guys. But look, 156 laps to go. NASCAR Hot Pass, $7.99. We'll be right back to see what the conclusion is going to be all come to.
It's a big world, and it's my job to shrink it. I'm a model maker. We shrink buildings, we shrink landscapes. I make it really small. So when my doctor said that my going was because of an enlarging prostate, I said, how can we bring it down to size? He said, Avodart. He said, Avodart's different because over time, it actually shrinks the prostate and improves urinary symptoms over the long term. Other medicines don't treat the cause because they don't shrink the prostate.
Avodart is for men only. Women should not take or handle Avodart due to risk of a specific birth defect. Tell your doctor if you have liver disease. Rarely sexual side effects, swelling, or tenderness of the breasts can occur. Only your doctor can determine if your symptoms are from an enlarged prostate and not prostate cancer. So have regular prostate exams. Ask your doctor about Avodart today. It's your growing problem. It's our job to shrink it. Avodart.
Well?
Yeah! Come on, everybody! Wow! Great.
Overcome the big man gonna try.
With our help at Radio Shack, you don't just buy stuff, you do stuff.
Monday, September 24th, one dance floor awaits 6 men. Mr. Las Vegas, boxing's bad boy, a cover boy, a maverick mogul, an indie champ, a daytime dreamboat, and 6 women. A 90210B, a swimsuit supermodel, an American sweetheart, an Emmy-winning actress, a cheetah girl, and Scary Spice. It's a 3-night premiere event.
A hit parade of dance.
Dancing with the Stars kicks off premiere week, Monday, September 24th on ABC. Start here.
Well, things are starting to heat up here at the Chevy Rock and Roll 400 here in Richmond at the Richmond International Raceway. Welcome back to NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV. You're watching Dale Earnhardt Jr. running second right now to Jeff Gordon. The 246 laps into this race. That means we got 154 laps to go. But more importantly, we're running second. But we got just maybe a little bit of a break right here as far as that's concerned because the 29 car, Kevin Harvick, had to come down pit road a minute ago and has dropped all the way back to 28 as far as this grid's concerned. And we've all talked about the different scenarios. Need a little bit more than that. But Krista, hey, that's headed at least in the direction we needed for this thing to kind of like work out in our favor and to get us in this chase. We're moving forward and he's going backwards.
And Jeff, you can tell there is extra electricity down here. We talked about how the guys were very relaxed, very kind of almost passive on the wall earlier in the race, just waiting for things to unfold. Look at them all now. They're up on the wall, knees up on the wall. These guys are ready. You can feel just a little bit more extra energy, a little bit of extra juice. There you see the guys right there. They're talking about things. They're conversing. It's just, you can tell there's just a little bit more electricity down here in the pits than were here before.
And Krista, that's what exactly you want to see have happen. Again, you want to see this team kind of, work through everything early on and get focused and then be up on it when you need to have them right here toward the end of the race. And again, the front end of that number 29 car was a minute ago up on the upper right-hand screen. They came down. They were cleaning a lot of the grass and stuff out of the front of that grill because it was overheating. And they got to make sure they get that taken care of, Krista, because if they overheat that engine too much, well, it could wind up putting him behind the wall permanently, and then that would definitely mean trouble for the 29 making it into this chase. It would be good news, at least for us, as far as us making it in the chase, if something does happen to that 29.
And it's so interesting how in a normal race, obviously every driver is always racing for the win, but the scenario is so different in this race. If you're a guy like Kevin Harvick, you don't have to worry about the win. It's almost like laying up a golf shot, just kind of laying it up on the green. You're not going for the hole. You're just making sure that you put yourself in position. That's what Kevin Harvick is doing. Obviously, Dale Jr. is putting himself in position in a whole different way. He is racing for the front. He needs to lead laps.
Well, you can see right here, Krista, as we get ready to come to the green, we've been looking for that little bit of daylight. Well, I think we finally got it. He only trails Kevin Harvick by 46 points with 151 laps to go, running second. Now, Krista, again, you talked about trying to lead some laps, and we can't lead enough laps to lead the most. We at least need to lead the most important one, which is the last one, and let's get that win under our belt and see how things kind of play out. With 151 laps to go, we're getting ready to come back here and get a restart.
All right, brake fans back on. Brake fans back on.
Get the brake fans turned back on. Get your tires cleared off. Clear that engine out. Pull those belts tight one more time, and let's get ready to go race and see if we can get around that 24 car.
Pace cars off, brake fans on, 150 laps to go, 150. Green flag, green flag. Clear low. Inside, clear low.
As we come back to the start-finish line, Dale Jr. is trying to draw closer to the 24 car, Jeff Gordon, and Jeff knows how important it is for him to try to win this race, so he'll be tied up with his teammate, Jimmy Johnson, for the most wins, in which would give him the point lead going into Loudon next week. But he also looks back and he sees kind of an unfamiliar sight, and that's the 8 car and a white car, that white Bud car closing in on him, and he knows how desperate Dale Jr. is to win this race. So it may be interesting to see how he kind of handles this, because Dale Jr., if he can get to him, he's going to put a lot of pressure on him to try to get around him so he can get to the win. But the key thing is right now, Krista, got a chance to check with our checking numbers once again. Jeff Gordon has led more laps than anybody else. We cannot take the lead right now and lead the rest of the way in and lead the most laps. So that's going to be one of the bonus issues that's definitely going to come off the table. So we're going to need a little bit of help by the racing gods if we want to get an opportunity to win this race, as well as get this chase.
Jeff, who would have thought at this point in the race that we would even be this close? Coming in, it was almost a written off fact. He was trailing by 128 points. Now you just saw Kevin Harvick having to make that stop. Dale Jr., and when this restart happened, was only trailing by 46 points. It's almost like a Hollywood script. I mean, you can tell the excitement down here. It's unreal. I mean, the subscribers to the DirecTV Hotpass right now are certainly getting their money's worth. You've got Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr. battling for the win. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has a legitimate shot at making the chase. It's still a long shot, but it's a better shot than he had when this race started.
Yeah, I definitely like the numbers right now. We see Tony Stewart starting to kind of close back up on us a little bit. But again, Dale Jr.'s having some fun as Tony Stewart, goes to the inside of Dale Jr. He's going to drop right back in behind him, not put much pressure on him. Again, he talked earlier, he said, I need a little bit more as far as this race car to really get up there and challenge like I need to. He's going to be patient. still the win is what's important. If we can get up there and win the race, that'll give us the best opportunity to make the most points we possibly can right now and still maybe get in this chase. But you said it right, Krista, when you said
left front chatter out here. Left front chatter, pretty man in the center.
All right, 10-4.
got another caution flag right now. Just came out on lap 143. It looks like the 41 car, Reed Sorensen, has collected the outside wall.
Stay out right here.
Yes, sir.
On the bottom down here, June.
Just listened a minute ago that it looks like they're going to stay out one more time. Pretty sure worried about that, trying to hang in that track position. I'm sure that Tony Jr. will be watching to see what the 20 car does along with the 24, but I think both of them will wind up staying out and we'll follow suit. But Krista, right now, you probably get in a better position than I am, but I'm sure right now that the fans down here have got to be
I can remember that. I can't remember the front of them all, though. Outside.
Have got to be getting pretty excited every time this 8 car gets a little closer to the front, even though I know he slipped back one, but they have to be getting up on their feet every now and then and really trying to cheer him on.
Yeah, and you see Tony Jr., you just saw him there up on the box. I mean, he's smiling a little bit. I mean, they've done their job. They've made the adjustments that they needed to get this car in position. Remember, Dale Jr. started this race 21st. That's way back here at Richmond. I mean, you really need to start up front. He started 21st, though, in his very first start here at this track and finished 10th. 10th is not going to be good enough tonight. He needs to win.
First part of the race, you had all 4 rotors glowing.
You tell me.
Oh, you was doing fine. It was just pink, but I mean, you could just see
All
the
right.
rear rotors and the front.
We still got 141 laps to go to see whether Dale Jr. can pull it off. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on NASCAR Hot Pass.
In the old days, shopping for car insurance meant going to company after company, filling out form after form, and getting quotes one at a time. Today, you go to one place, Progressive.com. You get the Progressive Direct rate plus those other companies' rates in about 8 minutes. It's that simple. Start at Progressive.com and get all the information you need to make the best decision in about 8 minutes. Go to Progressive.com today.
Guitar it up! Well, I'll take you right into the danger zone. Yeah! Woo!
You know what the danger zone is? This right here.
Where's he going with this?
Because Monday morning, we're all going back to our pathetic little jobs and our little cubicles.
Okay, should we leave immediately?
Because this is all a big lab, and you're just rats in it.
Caveman premieres Tuesday, October 2nd at 8/7 Central on ABC. Start here.
Hey, Mom. Where's Dad?
In the backyard.
Just massage the laces and direct the traffic. Boys.
Dad?
Come on. With up to 14 games every Sunday on DirecTV's NFL Sunday Ticket, I can watch every game and every player. Matty here is like family now. Always wanted a lefty.
You gotta be kidding me.
Look, Maddie, he loves you.
Hey, Maddie?
Bring your favorite players home no matter where you live with NFL Sunday Ticket, only on DirecTV.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents 2 of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
Winning is everything. Suddenly, it's just not true anymore. Not now. What matters is that we keep this program alive.
They left this to us. It's on our shoulders.
When you take that field, lay their heart on the line. If you do that, we cannot be defeated.
We Are Marshall. Coming to DirecTV September 18th.
Brought to you by EA Sports NASCAR 2008. In stores now.
8 million. I'm drowning in a whiskey river, bathing my memories
made mine the wetness of its soul. Feeling the amber current flowing from my mind.
All right.
And warm.
Sing it, Willie Nelson.
You left so cold. Whiskey River, take my mind.
And you may be wondering why we're listening to Whiskey River. Well, that's going to be the name of Dale Jr.'s new bar down in Charlotte, North Carolina. Going to be open later on this year, called Whiskey River right there. Again, he's got a saloon like that on his farm back home, so he decided to take it to downtown Charlotte and share it with the fans of Charlotte. Should be pretty interesting right there as we get ready to go back to green with 138 laps to go, starting back in third place right there. And Krista, I don't know about you, but I can't wait till it opens because, you know, I'm kind of like I'm part cowboy, and I'm kind of looking forward to maybe having a place to go.
I know, you are a cowboy. Remember, you taught me how to lasso. Remember that time you brought in that rope and you taught me how to lasso? So I know you're a cowboy. And I think Whiskey River, Dale Jr.'s bar, is slated to open, I think in December. It's going to be about 10,000 square feet, and it'll be in downtown Charlotte, right near the Charlotte Bobcats Arena. It's supposed to be an amazing facility, so that'll be very cool. And I know you're a cowboy at heart, Jeff.
Well, I really appreciate that. And that's another thing I love about Dale Jr. He really enjoys, you know, things out of the Old West. He likes a lot of old Western antiques and stuff. He built his own Old West town right there on his own place, so he have a place to kind of go and relax and enjoy himself. But it's great to hear he's getting ready to make a move to downtown Charlotte with his new, like I say, bar called Whiskey River. So when you come to Charlotte later on December, come check it out. But right now, it looks like he's checking out the competition. Car not quite where it maybe needs to be with 135 laps to go, but third place. He's got an opportunity to kind of keep an eye on the 20 car of Tony Stewart, see what kind of pressure he can put on the 24 and our leader, Jeff Gordon, right at the moment.
Yeah, and Jeff, I mean, it's the best view we've had all night for Dale Jr. in this team. So it's not exactly where they need to be. You heard Dale Jr. say the last time he still needs a little bit more car, but the track bar adjustments that they made, that has really been the difference. They started with air pressure. You heard Tony Jr. say when I was talking to him, they decided to go to some chassis adjustments, and it's really dialed the car in. It's a much better handling car. It's given them much more front grip, and it is turning better in the corners. He's still just a little bit loose getting into the corner, and he has been all night, but it's much better.
Back bumper, Dale Jr.
Well, right now, Krista, we're getting a little bit of pressure from the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. Again, you know, he won the race here in the spring, so I'm not surprised to see him up here challenging. But we're trying him back on the inside, see if Dale Jr. can do anything with him down low. Because right now we also got a race for the lead between the 20 car and Jeff Gordon right up in front of us. So, you know, we'll try to sit there and kind of put some more pressure on these guys to see if we can make something happen and wait maybe our next pit stop and see if we can fine-tune this 8 car and get it just a little bit better so we can get up there and really, you know, make a go for the win. And we're close. We're really close. We've been better. It's the best we've been all night long.
And that's what the team knew they had to do, is just kind of bring it in little steps at a time. You know, yesterday in practice, they only had the one practice. They had one giant practice. It was a first practice and a happy hour all at the same time. At the start of practice, Tony Jr. told me that they were using Martin Truex's setup. It was a little bit different than what they were used to. It didn't work, so they went back to Tony Jr.'s baseline. So in that practice, they had to change just about everything on that race car. They said in the spring race they were missing forward bite, so they worked on that a little bit. So they really started behind the, pardon the pun, but behind the 8-ball because they missed a lot of time in practice. They had to start over, qualifying 21st. It was not a good day yesterday, and they're really making the most of it right now.
Oh, Krista, behind the 8-ball, come on.
Hey, you know what? That's actually very tame for me. They're going to get a lot worse as the night goes on, so I can keep them coming if you'd like.
Hey, don't let up on my count. Just keep bringing it. That don't bother me at all. I guarantee you that right now, Krista. Again, the 8 car, he kind of continues to stalk 3 cars in front of him, working to try to work things out. The one thing else also, Krista, I was going to bring and point out to you, if you remember during that red flag, you didn't hear Dale Jr. complain any about the seat he was riding in. He'd gotten himself up there in that top 5, looking pretty sporty, and all of a sudden, everything's gotten a little more comfortable for him, I believe.
Yeah, and what you're referring to is he's talked on the radio a couple times tonight that this car is not comfortable. The seat itself is not comfortable, that it's hurting his back. But you're right, we haven't heard too much about that since he's been running in the top 5. He's also been complaining a little bit about the car of tomorrow in general. We've heard a little bit. He's currently in 4th behind Jimmy Johnson. But again, it's better than they've been all night. He still needs a little bit more adjustments. This next stop is going to be a crucial one. But speaking of stops, his pit crew, Jeff, really getting the job done on that last stop. It was their best stop of the night. 13.29 seconds. That's phenomenal.
And Chris, you're really right about that. It's really going to come down to these guys in the pits when we get that opportunity to make that one more critical adjustment. If they get it done in a timely fashion, well, it could be the difference between being 4th or being 1st. So why don't you stick around and find out whether or not they get it done right here on NASCAR Hot Pass on channel 799.
This is our country.
After 90 years in the making, this is our truck. Silverado from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
This is our country.
Heat. Enemy of engines. Enemy of heat? Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic, with adaptive molecules that continually separate and reform to help conquer heat. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Think back to when you were a child. What did you dream of as you fell asleep? Space travel? Or maybe you dreamed of a magic screen you could carry in your pocket. A screen that held your favorite music, pictures, and stories, and that brought all of this to you at the speed of light. That was your dream. And with the magic of sprint speed, it all came true.
Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Which driver will you follow? The all-new Track Pass Race View from NASCAR.com. Save 15% when you sign up from September 9th through the 16th.
Go all the way. If you're gonna stay, stand your ground. If you can't run with the big dogs, big dog, let me walk you out. If you can't lead, let me buy you. If you won't follow, get out of the way. You're taking up space.
All right, you're riding shotgun with Dale Jr. on NASCAR Hot Pass, and we're listening to Van Zant taking up space. He's pretty much telling it like it is. You can't get out of my way, baby. I'm going to be running through you right now. Hey, folks, stick around, because after the race, when the checker flag falls, we're going to get everything lined up for the Old Spice post-race show on channels 795 through 799, and that's only on NASCAR Hot Pass. Old Spice post-race show. We'll have all the information right here at the end of the evening, so stick around.
Hey, Jeff, what's cool about that post-race show, too, that's when we get to hear from our crew chief, hear from our driver, kind of find out everything that went on in the race. A great way to recap the evening. And right now, it's a pretty good evening for Dale Jr. I mean, he needs a little bit more. We knew going into this he was going to need a phenomenal evening. Right now, running fourth, waiting for that next adjustment. But it's much better than where he started. He qualified 21st. He's really had to fight his way through the crowd to get to where he is right now.
Crystal, again, you know, if you just take the fact that he's trying to get in this chase kind of out of the equation, he's having a great night. I mean, starting 21st, he works his way all the way up into the 4th position. Feels like if they make a couple more minor adjustments, that he can get himself in a position to win this race. That's all you can ever ask for out of a team and or out of a driver. But right now, he's doing a great job behind the wheel. Well, let's take a look at the points right now and see where everything is. Kevin Harvick has kind of worked his way back up through the pack. He's up to 16th. And the key thing is he's now 80 points behind Kevin Harvick. And that's what we've been kind of fighting all night long. We cut it down almost to like less than 40 points at one time, but now it's back up to 80 points. We're 4th, he's 16th. And the 2 car of Kirk Busch, well, he's still running. He just dropped the position. They said he was in 11th, but he's dropped the position back to 12th. But we need a big, basically, we said it early on, we need some help from our friends. I know they wouldn't want to hear that from us, but the 29 as well as the 2, they've got to have some mistakes if we want to get a shot, I think, at making this chase right now. Even if we go on and win, we're going to need some help.
And you know, Jeff, 80 points is not that much. I mean, if we just had one more race, and I know that's easy to say, it's easy to be kind of the Monday morning quarterback, if you will, and say, if we just had one more. Dale Jr. is not that kind of driver. He's not making any excuses. He said, listen, we've had mistakes. They had 5 DNFs earlier this year. They've been doing things right lately, though. Remember, they've come in here with back-to-back 5th place finishes. Right now, they're running in the top 5. So they're doing everything right. It was just a little bit too little, too late. They had their mistakes. And I know, Jeff, you mentioned here in the month of August, it was a bad month for them, and that's really what put them out of this thing right now.
Well, it really was, Krista. I mean, when you take a look at the way everything's kind of played out, and I think we got to understand that Dale Jr. and Tony Jr. have done a really good job. They've had this car in contention, you know, week after week after week, overcoming the point deficit that they got hit with at Darlington. But the problem was, as we talked about it, is when you start having engine problems like they did at Watkins Glen, having that broken engine pulley, which is an engine problem, again at Indianapolis, made them finish 34th. When you have those 2 deals combined, it really makes it hard on the team to overcome really anything. When they've got the car out there, when they're running like they've been racing here lately, once again, they've had 2 top 5 finishes in a row, both Bristol as well as California. And here tonight, they're running 4th again. So, I mean, they're a solid race team, and they're doing a really good job. It's just been too little, too late, and you know, it's very frustrating, I think, for them to have to go through this. But, hey, this is what racing's all about. You try to suck it up the next week and kind of move on.
Get off of 2, Dale Jr. That's about blocked over there, buddy.
Got another caution on the racetrack. You hear Steve Mill letting him know where it is. You see a lot of smoke, and now he's checking up. Hopefully he doesn't get hit from behind. Got to pick your way through here. But Krista, obviously with this caution flag, you see the team getting ready. This will be our final stop.
We're stuck in the center. A little bit loose in, but we got a little tighter in the middle on that run. The car wasn't like that before the stoppage. So just go back to where we were. As far as what I was talking about before, the car's got all the same problems. About 50% of it has been cut. That other track bar adjustment didn't seem to fix everything or fix enough of it.
Brake blowers off, Dale Jr.
Definitely doing better in the middle without making the entrance worse. So whatever you're doing there, I think you can work in that direction.
Sitting there, you're listening to what the dialogue once again between the crew chief and the driver, trying to figure out what they need to do to make this car exactly right on this final stop, because we're going to have red flag is out right at the moment, so they're stopping the cars. They have a little more opportunity to talk about what they want to do to this Budweiser car tonight. See if they can get it tuned in for the final 100 laps. I mean, it's basically going to come down to a shootout with 100 laps to go here.
Yeah, you see the red flag out and we hear the conversation. That's what's so key. That's what I love about this Hotpass package, is that you can hear exactly what Dale Jr. is doing and thinking about in the race car. That is really unprecedented. I mean, to get to just listen to him the entire race. You heard him talking about how the car feels right now. He said it was a little loose in. It got tighter throughout the run. He said that's actually something different than it's been doing for the rest of the evening. That is something new. So right now, as the red flag continues to stay out, we're going to come back with more DirecTV Hotpass, find out what this crew is going to do on this very crucial stop. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
OnStar, how can I help you?
Can you run a quick diagnostic check for me?
No problem, Mr. Gordon.
Transmission?
Check.
Emissions?
Check.
Airbag system?
Check.
Car wash?
2 blocks up on your left-hand side.
Nice.
GM OnStar, how can I help you, Mrs. Johnson?
Looks like we need directions to the nearest movie theater.
Sending turn-by-turn directions now.
You don't have to be a star to get the OnStar treatment.
OnStar active.
Available on 16 Chevy models.
Going to Burger Town. Want anything?
Oh, if they still have the Can My Butt Look Any Bigger meal, will you get me one?
Me too.
Instead, try the new Subway Fresh Fit Meal. Now with more tasty choices like new hearty wheat bread and low-fat yogurt. Subway, eat fresh.
Well?
Yeah! Come on, everybody! Wow! Great.
Overcome the big man gonna try.
With our help at Radio Shack, you don't just buy stuff, you do stuff.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. And Lotrimin Ultra so ultra powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
Prepare for a NASCAR experience like never before. Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Now you're in control. Who will you listen to?
All clear. Nice job, buddy.
Who will you follow? What view will you choose? The all-new Track Pass Race View. Available now only at the new NASCAR.com. Save 15% when you sign up for Track Pass Race View, September 9th through the 16th.
All right, welcome back. Hey, babe, you're hooked up to Hotpass on DirecTV. And we have definitely got ourselves a barn burner going around with 106 laps to go. We're under the red flag conditions. Big wreck over there. It looked like on the back straightaway between about 5 cars, the 40, the 44, Jamie McMurray, the 26. Saw the 22 of Dave Blaney. But fortunately, we have been able to avoid that. Still running fourth with Dale Earnhardt Jr. here on channel 799. Sitting there behind Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, as well as Jimmy Johnson. The leader is Tony Stewart. But Krista, what is going on down on the pit box right now?
Well, it's so funny. Tony Eury Jr. up here kind of scratching his chin, kind of, you were in your Socrates pose, deep in thought. We've got this red flag out here. You were talking to your crew, kind of pumping them up. Well, what's going through your mind? What are you telling them?
Well, we're about 6 laps short on fuel, so we're trying to make some fuel right now, and just trying to see what we can do here on this last stop, because you don't want to go too far overboard, because then you're going to lose everything. So we'll probably just stay on track, make a minor change here. I don't, you want it, your gut's telling you to go for the full kill and try to do all you can, but right now in the position we're in, we just got to kind of see what we got. But I'll make a small change here. I think a while ago when the car was just sitting there, it just heat soaked the front tires and it got tight. So I don't want to make too far of an adjustment and just get him real loose in where we can't go again.
And so you said the dilemma is though about 6 laps short.
Yeah, right now it looks like if we take our worst fuel mileage, we're gonna be like 4 laps short. So but if they keep having cautions like this, we'll just stay out and ride it out and we'll be fine. But we're probably gonna need we'll need at least 1 caution. If we got 1 caution, we can make it to the end.
Okay, so there's the new numbers. Before it was the numbers to get in the chase. Now it's the numbers of how many laps we can make it on this fuel run. But yeah, this is where Tony Eury Jr. is going to make the big money. What kind of change is coming up on this next stop, Jeff?
I do not envy Tony Jr., but at the same time, I admire him because that's what makes these guys so special as far as crew chiefs are concerned. They sit up there, they try to figure all this stuff out, give the driver what he needs, let him fuss at it at the crew chief when he wants to, and in the end, he winds up being either the hero or the zero. So, it's real interesting sometimes to watch how the life of a crew chief really goes. Hey, folks, we're taking a look right now at Dale Earnhardt Jr. inside his race car. If you remember a few minutes ago, he was talking about tomorrow. He's going to be watching his Redskins play. Well, NFL fans, for the first time, it's the first official regular season Sunday happens to be tomorrow. So the Redskins basically be starting their season off. Can you believe it? Well, better yet, are you ready for it? And if you haven't purchased your NFL Sunday ticket yet, we'll call 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race or visit directv.com/NFL and sign up before tomorrow's kickoff. With 14 games each week, hey, it doesn't get much better than that because you can watch your favorite team no matter where you live. DirecTV has also added some great new features to the NFL Sunday Ticket Superfan, which includes 180 games in high definition, and this year, the ability to watch it on your computer. So give DirecTV a call or go to directv.com/NFL one more time and sign up right after the race. and get it done before tomorrow, because you don't want to miss anything on NFL Sunday Ticket on DirecTV. Dale Jr. looked like he's just kind of relaxing a little bit right there and kind of waiting to see what's happening here. And just kind of relaxing a little bit. Looks right to me, Krista, watching Tony Jr., he's trying to crunch some numbers down there.
Yeah, Jeff, no relaxing going on right now for Tony Uri Jr. Like you said, Dale Jr. is going to sit in the car right now and just kind of throw everything on the shoulders of his crew chief and his cousin, Tony Uri Jr. He's running the numbers. We heard him say he's about 6 laps short on fuel, which we think is about right. You know, we thought about a number about 100 to 105 laps. Right now, 106 laps to go. So they're kind of figuring out if they can save some fuel, figuring out what adjustments they need to make, how the track has changed throughout the night. What Dale Jr. said before the red flag came out, he said he was a little loose in, it got tighter in the run, and he said that is something it really hadn't done before. So what Junior wants, he wants it to be better in the middle, but without sacrificing the entrance. So it's that fine line, and this is, like you said, where all the money is earned. So put on your crew chief hat, Jeff Hammond. What would you do?
Well, I think the smartest thing I can do is sit up here and watch Tony Uri Jr. do it, because I think he's right. If you listen to what he was talking about, he's trying to factor in everything. He's trying to factor in what the racetrack has been doing. He's probably been listening to some other teams and taking that information in as well. At least as a crew chief, that's what I always try to do. You want to listen and make sure you hear everything. So don't miss any of this decision-making going on here on NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV on channel 799. We'll be right back, folks.
To the side, seat back low. When you see me riding away, I'm in my Chevy ride slow. I'm in my Chevy ride slow.
Nice ride, homie. I'll trade you.
Chevy Impala SS, an American revolution.
Sending large documents, last-minute emails, and everyday reminders, make the most of precious seconds on the nation's largest and fastest mobile broadband network. That's getting it done at Sprint Speed.
Hello. I'm Alex Keith, president of Old Spice Marketing. To promote the new Old Spice Collectors series, we pioneered a unique media opportunity. Tony Stewart's armpits.
I think it's really good. This is the same car that you wanted.
Hooked on a feeling.
This only sets us back about 10,000 years.
That you're in love with me.
There's no way that we invented the wheel. Karaoke, possibly, but the wheel.
The taste stays on.
Caveman, just like you and me, only hairier. Premieres Tuesday, October 2nd, 8/7 Central on ABC. Start here.
Hey, welcome back to NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV, channel 799, and we're covering Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Elvis Presley tonight. That's right, Elvis Presley and Budweiser on the car tonight, number 8, and been having a pretty exciting night. Been looking for that red car. Well, if you notice, it's white this time, and Dale Jr.'s actually got a black uniform on, but the rest of the crew members down on pit road, they still got their Budweiser red uniforms on, Krista, and what are they doing during this red flag?
Well, some of them are hanging out, talking to officials. Other guys, like the tire specialist, Ray Ocean, is talking with crew chief Tony Uri Jr. They're going over the tire numbers from throughout the race, figuring out the air pressure numbers. There you see Tony Uri Jr. talking to Jeff Clark. That's the guy you've been talking about tonight, Jeff, the gas man, the former jackman. He's kind of the quarterback, the leader of the team. You see Tony Jr. also going over to the rest of the guys, corralling the troops, if you will. They're all down here ready to go, figuring out what they're going to do on this next stop. But hey, you brought up a good point. You know that Elvis car that he's got out here? We talked about his trip he took to Graceland with his grandma and his Aunt Kathy and his grandma Martha. And Dale Jr. said that his grandma listened to Elvis music so often that Dale Jr. had no choice but to be an Elvis fan. He said, my grandma Martha was about the only one who would ever put up with me, so the least I could do is put up with her music. And now he's an Elvis fan himself. There you see one of the hats.
Well, that is definitely not a bad choice right there when you think about the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley, being hooked up with one of the most popular drivers in NASCAR. Pretty good combination right there, I'd say. And, you know, if you got to pick somebody that to kind of listen to, yeah, I kind of along with him. I enjoy a lot of Elvis Presley music. I really do. But that's not what's important tonight, folks. You know, the king of rock and roll, I'm sure he'd love to go to Victory Lane, but the main thing is right now is whether or not we can make the right adjustments on this final pit stop and get this Budweiser Elvis 30th edition into Victory Lane. That's the key thing right now. Hey, I just want to let you know you've been listening to Jeff Hammond up here in the announcer's booth, and Chris Devoda has been doing an excellent job down on pit road, keeping us informed on all the happenings as far as this team's concerned tonight and the great job they've been doing. And even when they didn't do a good job, we've been trying to keep up with what was going on, but they have, I think, done an outstanding job all night long. Started back in 21st position and working their way all the way up to 4th right now with just 106 laps to go.
And hey, Jeff, you know, since we're kind of got an Elvis theme going on, you know, coming in here with a qualifying effort of 21st and all the points he had to make up, you know, I think a lot of people had, when it came to Junior making the chase, they had suspicious minds.
Oh, really?
That was actually that was a good joke. That's getting better.
No, that's a good one. I'm trying to hear the music in my head, you know, as far as how it goes and everything. Not that I can sing Elvis, but at the same time, I'm just trying to, you know, trying to remember.
Yeah, now that the guys down here are watching DirecTV, they've got the Hotpass turned on, and now they're making fun of me because I'm pulling out jokes like that. So I just better keep my mouth shut.
They don't need me picking on you, but at the same time, let's take a quick look at the Hotpass hot shots tonight and see what's going on. Jeff Gordon has now dropped back to 3rd. Dale Jr.'s 4th. Matt Kenseth is 6th. Denny Hamlin is 10th, and Kevin Harvick, after being all the way back there about 29th, has rallied back to 15th. Looking pretty strong tonight for all the Hot Pass drivers here at the Rock and Roll 400 here in Richmond, Virginia. You hear the jet blowers kind of warming up because, again, there was looked like a lot of liquid and maybe possibly oil down on the racetrack, so they got a lot of speedy dry they're trying to clean up right now before they put us back underneath a green flag condition. You see the sweepers over there. I mean, they're really got a lot of speedy dry down on the racetrack right now. That can be real tricky, Krista, as far as driving off into the turn if they don't have it cleaned up. Work continues there as you watch Dale Jr. He's taking a little bit of a break. I tell you what, folks, let's take ourselves a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back and see whether or not Dale Jr. can pull it off right here on NASCAR Hot Pass.
My house. Party's over, bud. Hit it. What's going on?
Me and my bro Spicy Chicken Crisp are just entertaining.
That friend of yours is a menace.
Why, because he's a buck on the value menu like me?
Where is that punk?
Upstairs.
With Daddy's little girl? Ugh. Spicy!
She was hitting on me.
New, the Spicy Chicken Crisp for $1, heating up the BK value menu.
They're rich, they're ruthless, they're related.
You children make me sick.
And he's their only hope.
No further questions.
Dirty Sexy Money premieres Wednesday, September 26th. Part of Premier Week on ABC. Start here.
I'm Joe Torres on Eyewitness News after the race. What led to a stabbing that killed a pregnant woman and sent another pregnant woman to jail? What first responders demanded today at Ground Zero? Plus the high-price fundraiser Oprah held for Barack Obama tonight.
This is the story of how the 270-horsepower V6, roomy 3-row seating, available power rear door, 7 airbags, and everything else in the newly restyled fuel-efficient Toyota Highlander.
Marquez is back. Super featherweight champion Juan Manuel Marquez faces top contender Rocky Juarez.
Big right hand from Marquez. Barrero stunned and in trouble. Now a giant left hook by Juarez.
Kasim Uma versus Sergio Mora. Plus, world featherweight champion Robert Guerrero versus dangerous Martin Nazario. And Francisco Bajado versus Steve Ford. Fireworks. Marquez Juarez. Saturday, September 15th. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view channel 123.
For great college football from across the country, you need ESPN Game Plan from DirecTV. Covering many of the best teams and conferences, ESPN Game Plan has up to 12 games every Saturday from outside your local area. Order now by calling 1-800-GET-SPORTS for a full season of great college football with ESPN Game Plan from DirecTV. Only 2 payments of $64.50. Order now at 1-800-GET-SPORTS or go to directv.com/gameplan.
Hi, I'm Kenny.
I'm Adam.
I'm Nick.
I'm Zach.
I'm Anna.
And I'm Mike. We're annuals.
Be sure to catch our concert this month playing on the 101 only on DirecTV.
It's all part of the DirecTV concert series on the 101.
Well, we're still under that red flag condition here at Richmond International Raceway here on NASCAR Hotpass on DirecTV. But, hey, folks, we didn't miss anything. Should get pretty interesting here over the last 106 laps because I believe there are probably going to be some more cars, a lot like ourselves, that are needing to make that little special adjustment plus maybe a little bit close on fuel. We've been kind of figuring everything all night long that most of these teams could go somewhere between 95 and 105 laps. Speeds sometimes pick up when you go night racing, and that can also hurt your fuel mileage. So maybe that window's a little closer to maybe 95 laps than it is to 106. Again, there was a concern, I think, that Tony Eury Jr. and his team was kind of working through. They needed a few more laps under caution to try to make it the distance. So to wait and see how things kind of play out as we take a look at the rest of the field, sitting here patiently waiting for the racetrack to be cleaned up. And you got to give NASCAR a lot of credit that they feel like the racetrack is unsafe to be able to go out there and go at it like they like to see these drivers do. They want to stop them. They don't want to rob the fans of any kind of excitement or create any kind of unsafe conditions for the drivers. So they're working very hard to get this racetrack back in the shape it needs to be in so they can turn them back loose and kind of like watch this thing kind of play out. Krista, those numbers got any clearer down there as far as Tony Eury Jr. is concerned?
Well, I'm so glad you mentioned that, Jeff. I can actually bring in Jeff Clark, who, as you said, is the gas man. Let's find out from him. How tight are we? We talked to Tony Jr. about the fuel situation. And how tight is it?
Well, we're pretty tight. We're better than we thought we were, and I think Tony's going to, roll the dice with what we got here. Typically, you have a lot of caution at the end of a race. We just got to hope we have enough to finish. So we're getting ready to go green here. Hopefully, it'll all work out. Tony will make a good call. We're going to make a little adjustment on the car and get some good results out of it.
All right, well, and Jeff Hammond's been calling you the leader of this group, kind of you got to fire these guys up. Have you given them a pep talk?
Well, I think we pump each other up out here. I think I've just been around longer most of them. That's why I'm the leader. But we got a good bunch here, the Budweiser Chevy. So we'll hope we have a good stop and see what we get done here.
All right, we're going to let them get to work. And, yeah, speaking of pep talks, he's kind of a man of a few words. So I don't think it takes much from Jeff to fire these guys up. I think they do it all on their own. They're ready to go. You see the helmets up on the wall. This is where things get really serious, Jeff. But
he's also a pretty big guy, Krista, when you think about it like that, too. You got to be careful of a guy that's bigger than you are. Oh, me. Well, earlier tonight in the broadcast, we were able to talk to Larry McReynolds and Wendy Venturini about what was going on with Kevin Harvick. So maybe we can kind of slide back over there and see what they've got going on, because I want to know what's happening with that 29 car. Larry Mack, Jeff Hammond over here. What's going on over there, my friend?
We have had one more eventful night. We've made a lot of changes in the right rear of this race car, the 29 car with Kevin Harvick, Jeff. And just about the time the car got to turning good, we had a really close call on the front straightaway. When Juan Pablo Montoya crashed there, Kevin went down through the grass, and a lot of the grass got on top of the splitter and blocked the radiator openings. They had to come in and clean that off, put us behind, restarted back in 29th. But, Jeff, we have finally worked our way back in the top 15. But I've got to say to you and Krista, your man, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Tony Eury Jr., they just will not give up. They're tenacious, that's for sure.
We're not going to roll over and play dead. I can promise you that, my friend. And you guys, again, are making it a pretty interesting night. We thought one time we had a shot at maybe getting a chance to, catch up with you and maybe get into this chase. But once again, you guys have battled back up there, that 15th position, looking pretty strong.
And, of course, you've got Kurt Busch in the 2 car that's just right in front of us, who's running right now in the 12th position. He's the other guy in the mix. But, yeah, I think just talking to you guys, they're doing everything they need to do, that 8 bunch. But right now, just looks like the 2 and the 29 is prevailing. Oh, by the way, Jeff, before we unhook here, happy birthday to you, Mr. Hammond, tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much right there, Larry. And it's as always, it's great to be working with you and working against you in a matter of speaking. So I think it's about time for pit stops, big guy. Hopefully we're going to be able to gain some spots off of pit road, and hopefully you're not. But have good luck. Krista, as they say, we're on pit road there, and right now this is what's going to be kind of like make or break time, whether or not this crew can get it done on this final pit stop. We're getting ready to come to you, babe. He's getting ready to be pulling in.
That's right. This is the roller coaster. This is what we wait for. We're heading up the hill as Dale Jr. comes in. They talked about a small adjustment. You see the crew go around on the right side. No wrench in the back of the car, so it's just going to be an air pressure adjustment for these guys. Coming around the left side, a 4-tire change. You heard Jeff Clark say they're going to gamble on fuel, so they are filling this bad boy full as they can. This is where it matters. The jack goes down. A little disappointed, though. That's not the stellar stop that they were looking for.
No, it's really a couple seconds slower than I think they really were looking for, but had a little bit of trouble. It looked to me like on the right front right there with DJ Cobb, just a little bit, not maybe a lot, but it didn't take a lot here to give up a lot. So it's going to be one of those kind of situations where I think we're going to lose some ground. We're going to have to work our way back up through the traffic, but hopefully the chassis adjustment, will make up the difference. And maybe, as Jeff Clark was saying, we'll run enough caution flag laps here to get us safely inside the window. And we need to point out, when we talk about safely inside the window, we're talking about having enough gas to not only get to the end of the race, but just in case we have a green-white checker, we'll have enough to get it done there. So, hopefully things are going to work out like we wanted to for the 8 car, but there's only one way to find out. Stick around, folks. We've got 103 laps to go to find out how it's going to finally end.
Bye-bye, Miss American Pie.
Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. With just good old boys,
drinking whiskey and rye, singing
bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Singing bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Singing bye-bye, Miss American Pie.
For years, Panasonic Toughbooks have been engineered to match the terrain, to protect your work no matter where you work. Durable, reliable, wireless. Toughbook. Work anywhere. Risk nothing. With Intel Centrino Duo processor technology for unsurpassed wireless freedom. Panasonic. Ideas for life.
Well, right now we're back under green one more time. We're getting ready to see if we can run this thing to the end and see how things are going to play out. We're following the 24 car, trying to get around our teammate right there, one of our teammates, Paul Menard in the 15. See whether or not these adjustments are going to kind of play out. Getting a little bit of pressure from the inside right there of the 31 car, Jeff Burton. You kind of think we might get a little bit of break from our teammate, but it looks like Paul Menard, he's going to try to hang in there and see whether or not he can get a lap back. It's 2 laps down right here. We finally get inside of him.
Jeff, we talked about that last stop, not the best stop for these guys. The number I saw was 15:04, and you may think, well, that's still really good, but, seconds are crucial. And when you lose positions on pit road, those are positions that you then have to go out on the track and make up. So kind of think of it like if you were running a 100-meter dash. I mean, tenths of seconds seconds make the difference. So a 15:04 is not what these guys were looking for. They've got Dale Jr. right now in the 4th position trying to get past Jeff Gordon next.
And the thing is, Krista, even though it didn't really hurt them that much coming off of pit road as far as where they're restarting from, they were looking to gain positions. They really wanted to have a shot at maybe beating that 48 car, beating that 20 car, or beating that 24 car off of pit road and be able to move Dale a little bit closer to the front without him having to try to use the race car up to get there. Right now, he's got to run a little extra harder to run these guys back down. And again, that could hurt us in the long run when it really is going to be matters the most. So this is what this team was looking for. Didn't get it done. Well, right now it's all up to the driver, and hopefully the adjustments they made are going to pay off in the long run.
And hopefully they can go the distance on fuel. We talked about how tight it was. As we heard Jeff Clark, the gas man, say it's not as tight as we thought. As we talked about, the window was about 100 to 105. They stopped on lap 296, so they are right up against that cushion. And like you said, if there's a green-white checker finish, that thing could be very close to empty.
Well, Krista, I'm going to kind of take the load off everybody. They know what they've got to do. They know what the situation is, and I can promise you right now, they're going to run it till it quits running. They're not going to worry about that. I think everything is pretty much cast right now as it is. I don't look for the 8 car to come back down pit road unless things get really bad. I'm talking about more from the handling side of it than anything else. I don't think fuel is going to wind up being an issue. I think they're going to try to ride it out. It's that time of the year. It's time to roll the dice.
It's that time of night in the dance. You have to, what is that saying? You dance with the girl that brought you, right? Is that the point we're at right now? And that, hey, I'm not going to give you any more corny jokes unless I really think of a good one.
Okay, well, if you think of a good one, bring it back. But I was going to tell you, it doesn't matter, Krista. I don't know how to dance anyway. So let's see if we can help.
Wait. You told me you're a cowboy at heart. That means you know how to line dance, right?
Well, that might be the case, Christopher. Right now, Dale Jr. has definitely got his hands full. I don't know if you can see it from where you are, but he got extremely loose off of turn 4 a minute ago. So the adjustments maybe they went with or the set of tires they put on right now doesn't look like it's the kind of combination we're looking for. But again, we've talked about it off and on all night long. Dale Jr. will look around. He'll hunt around. He'll work on this car. He'll drive it in high one time, drive it in low. He'll do a couple different things to try to find a line that makes this 8 car work, or he finds something that'll make it happy enough to where he can get back up there and challenge these guys. That's something I really like about his style as of late. Again,
I put a quarter pound in the right rear that we took out in the last stop with the track bar, and the spring rate was changed a little bit on the left side. That's it. Yeah, I didn't want that right rear to fuck with no more. We did this same shit.
Again, right now, the situation is one of these deals where he's a little bit frustrated, but hopefully this car is going to kind of come around as we start to wear off, burn off a little bit of fuel, hopefully the track itself, and again, maybe he'll find a groove that makes him happy. But so far, this set of tires and that little bit of adjustment, it's not liking the combination so far with Dale Jr.
Yeah, and I think what the crew did too, you know, we heard Dale Jr. say before that he was a little loose in, but the car would get tighter in the run and that it wasn't doing that before. That's what the car was doing before we had that red flag out there on the track. So Tony Jr. was looking at the numbers, trying to figure out how could he fix his driver's car for the immediate problem, but then also take it into the future and make sure that he had the kind of car he wanted towards the end. So the adjustment they made, you heard him talk about an air pressure adjustment. It's not what Junior wanted in the car right now, but like you said, Jeff, maybe in a few laps that thing will come back to it.
Well, Krista, we talked about it during the break and everything about what the situation with Tony Jr. and what he was going to be facing. He was trying to make a decision exactly like you were describing. It's got to be good when they drop the green flag, but it also needs to be good at the end of the run. So trying to find that fine line, you know, he may have missed it just a little bit, or again, you could get a set of tires that are just a little bit different than the ones you took off, and all of a sudden, you know, you're not as good as you need to be, and that can be very frustrating, not only to the crew chief, but to the driver.
And Dale Jr.'s been really loose into the turn all night. It's just a matter of how bad it would get. He's also been snug in the center. The exit has actually been really good all night. I mean, that's really the part of the corner that he's had the best handle on. He's been loose into the turns all night long. Right now, though, we've seen him
It's definitely wiggling a little bit, but the good thing about it is it looks to me like he's starting to gain a little bit of ground back on that 24 car, which is very important. You got to get around Jeff Gordon before you can get to Tony Stewart, before you can get to our leader right now, who is Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson, the winner of this race back in the spring. You got 84 laps to go. Here's the chase within the chase with 6 cars off the track. And Scott Riggs, 147 laps down. Kevin Harvick's worst finish right now is 36. Dale Jr. must win, and Harvick has to be 34th or worse. So we've got to have some help right now. Number 1, Dale Jr.'s got to get to the front and win this race. And number 2, Kevin Harvick, who's running 13th, well, he's got to drop all the way back to 34th. And you realize right now there's only 2 positions he can fall back to and still have an opportunity because of the way the attrition rate's been so far tonight.
Jeff, I got to say for that Kevin Harvick group, 13th never looks so good. I mean, that's exactly where Kevin Harvick needs to be, is just to kind of keep himself on the racetrack and keep himself in position. Meanwhile, our driver, Dale Jr., is fighting with everything he has to get to those guys. And look at the guys who are in front of him. Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon. These are not going to be easy guys to get by, but if there's any driver out there who's going to give it his all, it's our driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr. And stick around because we've only got 81 laps to go before we know how this whole thing unfolds. Hot Pass coming right back.
People who love cars love Chevy. An American Revolution.
My idea of a symphony? 8 pistons playing the tune my right foot tells them to. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood.
Tony Stewart here with my buddy Jared.
And the tasty 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki from Subway restaurants. Make it part of a new Subway Fresh Fit meal with new better-for-you sides and drinks like apple slices, raisins, and milk. Pick one up today.
Subway, race hard, eat fresh.
Well?
Yeah! Come on, everybody! Wow!
Great.
Overcome the big man gonna try.
With our help at Radio Shack, you don't just buy stuff, you do stuff.
Hey, I'm just gonna take it for a spin.
Yeah, okay, sure, Dale.
Hey, it won't start.
It's a hand scanner, Dale, remember? Can't be too careful.
What's going on? Dad?
I just wanted to test drive.
Unbelievable.
Is that a no?
Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Which driver will you follow? The all-new Track Pass Race View from NASCAR.com. Save 15% when you sign up from September 9th through the 16th.
And the laps are winding down here at Richmond International Raceway. We got 74 laps to go here on NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV, and you're riding along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. on channel 799. He's trying to run down Jeff Gordon. He's in 4th place right now, but we're trying to catch up with the driver of the DuPont Chevrolet. See if we can get around him and get to victory lane with, like I said, 73 laps to go as we come back to the start-finish line. But stick around, folks, if you want to find out what's been going on all night long. We'll check the flag drops for the Old Spice post-race show, and that's going to be on channel 795 through 799. And it's only on NASCAR Hot Pass. Well, right now, this is when it really is the toughest on the driver. The car's not exactly the way you want it. You're trying to figure out a way to get up there, get to victory lane, and no matter how hard you try, they just can't quite get them to come back to you the way you want them to. for Dale Jr. He's done a great job since the drop of the green flag of working this Budweiser number 8 up into a position where he can challenge for the win. And hopefully, as the track kind of changes with the 70 laps we got left to go, hopefully this car will come in and he'll be able to get around guys like that 24 and eventually the 20 and the 48 to get to victory lane.
Well, and Jeff, I've been watching him. It looks like the handling's a lot better. I mean, at least the wiggle isn't there that has been there as he's going into the turns. And he's been very quiet on the radio. And, you know, usually if something, it feels really bad with that car, then Dale Jr. is going to tell his crew about it. He's been very quiet, and his entrance looks much better. You see him there entering those turns, and it just looks much smoother than it has been, at least early in this run.
And I agree with you, Krista, but I think the part of that you got to understand is he's already basically explained, vocalized, however you want to, complain to the crew about what he didn't like and the way the car's feeling. But now he says, okay, I've got to get focused. If I want to win this race, complaining to these guys on the radio is not going to get it done. I've got to get up on this and try to run these guys down. Again, I think he's just so focused trying to get in that zone so he can catch that 24 car first. And here at Richmond International Raceway, the laps do kind of click by in a hurry. It does not take very long to complete a lap around here. During the race conditions, you're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 22 and a half seconds. So 68 laps are going to go by pretty quick.
Jeff, based on what you're seeing, what does it look like to you is the problem with the race car? I mean, to me, it looks like the entrance is much better. He's talked about being snug in the center all night. As we see him approach traffic, some of this lap down traffic that Dale Jr. is contending with. What right now is he dealing with in the car?
Krista, at least with the 24 car, it looks to me like he's able to gain getting in a lot like he did earlier in the night, but he's not quite keeping up from the center out. He gains just a little bit, then he loses a little bit, then he gains
nice
it back.
Easy pace right there. You're doing great.
We listen right there to Tony Eury Jr. kind of try to coach his guy, let him know he's doing good. But hey, from the driver's viewpoint, we're watching just exactly what's going on from this our roof cam. You can see how he gains a little bit, he loses.
I know. I'm fucking control this motherfucker.
Right now, he is really upset about that race car. He's not happy with it, but he is doing all he can. He's up on the wheel trying to make the best of this situation.
Yeah, and something we need to point out too, Jeff, and we talked about this a little bit tonight, it's not just about getting in the chase for Dale Jr. It is about winning races. His season does not end when this race in Richmond ends. His season continues. We've got 10 more races, and he wants a win.
He wants to win, but right there we just passed the 7 car of Robbie Gordon, who got into the outside wall coming off of turn 4.
Too much loose this in, but it don't turn no better in the center, you know. So I don't gain anything by being loose in, because it just goes right to tight in the middle. Exit 4.
All right, you hear the description right there. Now, this is another one of those times when the crew chief and everybody, you're going to be playing monkey see, monkey do, Krista.
Just follow the leaders if they stay out. There they come, here they come. 500, 4,500, Tony Jr. is on pit road.
Coming to you, Krista. Quick decision right there. All the leaders are on pit road, and he's talking about making adjustments to track bar. Let's see if the team can get one more really good stop out of it, Krista.
24. 10 away,
yeah, Jeff,
10
and
away.
I see the guys are up on
right
the
here,
wall.
left,
Craig
buddy,
Lund,
left,
the
right
catch
here,
can man, has the wrench in his hand, so there is going to be a chassis adjustment. You see the crew jump over the wall. They're over on the right side. There you see the wrench go into the back of the car. They're filling it full of fuel coming around. It is going to be a 4-tire stop as they work the left side. It was a small track bar adjustment. The track bar adjustments have been working for the
Go hard to the wall, hard to the wall.
They go back to that. It's a much better stop for the 18.
Now that's what I'm talking about. You beat the 20 car off of pit road. This is what these guys have been looking for. Picking up some positions.
Picked up the spot there.
There you go. That's what it's all about right there. Now we got the driver a little bit better attitude, got his car adjusted. Team feels like they've done their part now. And we got 63 laps to go. No worry about fuel. I'm kind of liking this, Krista. I think we got ourselves exactly where we wanted to be as far as this final adjustment with 63 laps to go. See Junior right there working the car
around.
Just
to give you your rear grip back. Took a half pound back out of the right rear. Moved your track bar up. Left side went up a touch just to give you, actually to close the rear split up, so you ought to be good to go now.
What we were listening to was Tony Uri Jr. trying to describe that he's addressed the issues that Dale Jr. said he didn't like in the race car, adjusted the right rear, made a track bar adjustment, as well as just a little bit in the left side to try to get that rear to where it is nowhere near as free as it once was, getting off, but at the same time will still rotate through the center, because Dale Jr. was talking about too loose in, still would not turn through the center like he wanted it to, but hopefully this last adjustment will be the right one, because he sees he's back where he wants to be. He's in front of that 20 car, right in behind the 24 and the 48. So hopefully that'll be enough to make the difference.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, what he was saying too is that when it was loose in, it didn't matter. It wasn't helping him anything because it was getting snug. It was getting tight right as he went into the corner. So he was losing any advantage that he gained. So they made that track bar adjustment, a little bit of an air pressure adjustment, and the crew really stepped up when it mattered. We talked about a 13.29 second stop before. They topped that, Jeff. 13.28 are the numbers down here.
Well, again, that's exactly what they want to do. They got him excited. Hopefully this is going to work. We know that he's going to drive the wheels off this car. If he's got anything at all in that race car, he will definitely be challenging for the win here. Well, fans, if you're an NFL fan, guess what? Tomorrow, regular season, Sunday, he's going to be kicking off. That's right. Tomorrow, regular season. It's going to be happening right here. Have you got your NFL Sunday ticket yet? Because if you haven't, it's not too late. Call 1-800-GET-SPORTS right after the race, or visit directtv.com/NFL and sign up before tomorrow's kickoff. With 14 games each week, you can watch your favorite team no matter where you live.
Brake fans on. 59 laps to go when they throw the rag.
And don't forget, DirecTV has also added some great new features to their NFL Sunday Ticket Superfan, which includes over 180 games on high definition. And this year, you can also watch it on your computer. So give DirecTV a call at 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race and sign up now. It's not too late.
Green flag, green flag.
Green flag waves. We got 60 laps to go. As they say, it's time to let the rough side drag as Dale Jr. looks like he's going to work that outside line just a little bit, trying to get around the 21 car. As they say, we're going to be in hot pursuit. Caution's out.
Got one blowing up going into one, Dale Jr.
Heard Steve Mill talking about someone has lost an engine going into turn
Starts at
one.
about 500 foot, second groove down low there, Bug. Okay.
Listen there.
Brake fans off, please.
Listen to see if there's any comments out of Dale Jr. after that little short run. Didn't have a lot of time to tell anything, but you never know. Continues to try to clean his tires off. And Christo, I think a lot of people wonder, why these guys keep jerking these cars back and forth. But once you've run a race like this, there's little fine particles of rubber that come off the tires all around the racetrack. And if you're not careful when you ride around under caution, and particularly, it'll pick up those little pieces of rubber. And as soon as you go off in the turn really fast, it kind of builds up on there, and it'll make the front end kind of scoot out, or the front end kick, or the back end kick out. So you try to keep those tires clean as much as possible when you're riding around under caution.
Yeah, that's the phrase we always hear, cleaning off the tires, just trying to shake whatever particles, whatever debris is out there off of the rubber. And you see the guys back here working on everything, getting it set up just in case there needs to be another stop. But you know what I was thinking, Jeff? When you have these restarts and then all of a sudden the caution comes back out, there we saw somebody was blowing up as they were going into turn one. I mean, the momentum, it's just kind of kill your momentum. You got Dale Jr. sitting there. He knows that his car is exactly where he wants it. His crew did their job. You could tell the focus, and then all of a sudden you have to kind of shut down and wait for it to happen again. That's just got to be crazy, the way the momentum just shifts back and forth in that race car.
It can be very, very frustrating when it comes down to that. And not only for the drivers, but for the crews. I mean, because you want to get this thing done. You want to get on with it. No matter what the results may be, let's make it happen. Let's settle it. Let's don't let caution flags or little bitty short runs. I want to get out there and race, kind of get my rhythm going back and get after these guys.
Dale Jr., the lucky dog's in the outside lane at the start-finish line. Simple.
You got to beware of the caution flags here at Raceman International Raceway. The fewest caution flags, we had 0 back in 1976, but the most, hey, back in 2003, we had 15 tonight. We've had 12 plus 2 red flags. So pretty busy night when it comes to that, not only with some wrecks, but with some engine problems. And what that means, it's been a long night and a lot of guys under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and Jeff, you know, Dale Jr. finished 13th here in May. He finished 17th in this race 1 year ago. So you look at the scoreboard, and like you've been saying, you know, if you take the chase out of it, with him running third, I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, he is one of the best at this racetrack. He comes in with 3 Richmond wins, tied with Tony Stewart among all-time active leaders. He also has 3 Busch wins at this track. This is a great track for him. But, you know, 17th and 13th in his last 2 outings here. So third right now, this is a great run for the team.
And it is, and you look at the condition in which they're trying to do all this under a lot of pressure, a tremendous amount of pressure to get this done, to go out and try to win a race. Every week you try to go out and win a race. There's very few times when you roll into the racetrack that somebody says, well, you must win. And that's almost what this is about. It's a must-win situation for Dale Jr. to mathematically even give himself a shot of getting in the chase. So a lot more pressure than normal, and I think, again, he has handled it extremely well. I know it frustrates him because everybody keeps talking about the chase, keeps talking about, you know, the negatives rather than the positives. But this team, I think, has handled adversity this year as well as anybody, and they may not make the chase, but they are definitely a championship caliber team. And this young man right here, he's going to win some championships. You see him down there right now trying to work that speedy dry in. He knows he needs to get that work around the racetrack, because he went in a few laps, he's going to go off in there. If it's built up very much, well, it could make him spin out or could make somebody else run into him. So he's trying to get all that work in as much as possible so they can have a really clean racetrack so they can get at it with just 54 laps to go.
Jeff, we talked about announcements that have been made too, a lot of uncertainties. What we do know is that Tony Eury Jr. is going to be with Dale Jr. next year when he makes the move over to Hendrick. And we talked at the very start of this show, the chemistry that they have is just an intangible. You can't rework that. And I know you and I were talking how important it is with Dale Jr. to start off the season with tons of momentum. And you made the point, you can't do that with a new body, that it had to be Tony Jr. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, it's just like right now. I mean, they've had their ups and downs tonight, but eventually, you know, they've gotten this car in a position right now where they can contend for the win. And I don't think a lot of people can interpret what Dale Jr. is trying to say like Tony Eury Jr. can. It's one of those kind of special gifts. It's something that, you know, doesn't happen with every driver. You could possibly put Tony Jr., you know, with someone else, and that kind of chemistry will not happen. So right now, it's really, I think, so important for Dale Jr. when he gets over to Hendrick Motorsports, because we know the history at Hendrick Motorsports, that he has a solid group together. So it's so, I think, important for next year to have Tony Eury Jr. in that position. I think that kind of confidence will make this winter and us off time and all the testing that goes into it, because they got a lot of learning to be done over there as it is. So he's going to be instrumental, I think, making this bridge, you know, very smooth and one of those kind of things that'll happen. Well, right now it looks like we're going to be checked in on by the 24 bunch, and I think that's Hermie Sadler.
Let's check in with Jeff Hammond and Chris Devoda, who've been calling the action from Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s perspective all night. Jeff Hammond, Randy Pemberton, and Hermie Sadler on board with you right now. We're sitting in front of you with Jeff Gordon. Boy, I'll tell you what, Dale Earnhardt has done everything he can to try to grab that last spot in the chase, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen, Jeff. What's he been talking about tonight?
Well, we've been fighting a lot of different things. I mean, early on we were pretty good getting in, then we made some adjustments to the car, trying to make it turn through the center and get off a little bit, and it kind of went the wrong way, Randy. And, you know, they've been fighting that back and forth, back and forth. We hit it really good, work our way up through the field, make a little bit of adjustment. But, you know, the key thing is they haven't quit on this. And Krista, you've been following this all night long. This team, I think, has done an exceptional job of, you know, kind of hitting it and missing it and hitting it again and not quitting.
And Jeff, not just with the adjustments, but with the performance on the team. They had a bad stop. They came back and countered with one of their best stops. Then when they had a little bit of trouble two stops ago, they came back with their best stop yet on this last one. So it hasn't been just the adjustments, it's been the performance of the team. The track bar has really been their best friend. The track bar has really seemed to do to the car what Dale Jr. needs it to do. So now the question I have for Hermie Sadler, with your guy, Jeff Gordon, running right in front of us, I think you guys just need to slide over and let us just come on through. What do you think, Hermie?
Well, I don't know about that, but it's not how we work it on Hotpass. But welcome to Hotpass, Krista. Glad to have you. But interesting thing that you were talking about, Krista, we've been on both sides of our adjustments too tight and too loose. But let's get this green flag out. We got 50 laps to go. And how about let's let our drivers settle it on the racetrack? What do you think?
Well, we appreciate them checking in with us, but at the same time, yeah, I think we need to settle on the racetrack. And right now, Dale Jr. has decided, let's settle it right now, big boy. I'm coming through. The number 8 got a little bit loose off that turn, but down into turn 1, he's really going to challenge Jeff Gordon for that second position. Gets a good bite right and good run off the middle, but whether or not we can hold Gordon off on that high line, a lot of times you carry a lot of momentum down that back straightaway. So far, still kind of struggling to hang in there, and I think if we can ever get in front of him, I believe we can make a challenge up there on that 48 car. But so far, good side-by-side racing here with the 24 car Jeff Gordon. Our car seemed like it's getting that hook up off the turn a little bit better than it was because, again, we were getting beat so bad before. Looks like it's working pretty good so far, Krista.
Yeah, Jeff, you know, and that was the problem Dale Jr. was having before. He said he could get up to a car. He just couldn't make it stick through the turn. So as we see, as he goes down into turn 1, he is right side by side with Jeff Gordon. If he could just make it stick and get by him, and it looks like he does. He's right in front. If he can just hold it,
clear.
It looks like Dale Jr. has made the pass. He is clear on Jeff Gordon.
He cleared him, but he cleared him by, I'm not going to say by inches. I think he kind of made some room. He came up into that 24 left front fender, and it's kind of tough right there, but putting a lot of pressure right now. Trying to come back to the inside, but we got back up that second position. We've been up there once tonight. Now we got to see if we can hold off the 24 and make a little bit of a challenge and run down his teammate, Jimmy Johnson, up there, which is leading the race right now. But so far, it looks like Jeff Gordon does not want to go away.
Hey, and Jeff, down here in the pits, it's like a good Saturday night movie. Down here, the guys are all in the wall. They're watching the action. They've actually got their snacks in hand. They were just taking a little potato chip break. They're watching the monitor, watching their driver. This is just, you know, like I said, it may be a Saturday night short track race, but for these guys, it's like a good Saturday night at the movies, and they have got a great flick in front of them. Dale Earnhardt Jr. making a pass on Jeff Gordon. There you see him battling on the outside. Now he's got to go after Jeff Gordon's teammate, Jimmy Johnson.
Now, Krista, you may call it Saturday night at the movies. I call it Saturday night fights. I mean, these two guys right here are getting ready to lock it up. I mean, this is what it's all about right here. First, Jeff, you know, Dale gets by Jeff on the inside, and Jeff returns the favor, passes him back on the inside. Dale Jr. is able to hold him off on the outside. So, I mean, this is what you call really some great racing. And this is another thing that I love about Richmond International Raceway is you can do this kind of racing. We've got 43 laps to go, and nobody's rolling over playing dead. I mean, this is what it's all about. You've raced your guts out for 26 races. It all comes down to really tonight trying to make the decision who's going to wind up qualifying for those top 12 positions. And the only way you can get in is go up and win this race. But for Dale Jr., he lost some ground to Jimmy Johnson, our leader right now, wrestling and racing the 24 car like he is. But this is what it's going to be all about all the way down to the finish, is whether or not he can gain enough ground and catch up with that 48 car.
It is so cool to watch down here. I mean, if I'm Tony Jr., he made that call, made those changes, went back to a track bar adjustment. You got Matt Siegel next to him up on the pit box. Also the engineer, H.A. Mergen, up there as well. So making all the decisions up there. You got the guys down here on the wall. They've done their job turning in the best stop of the night on the last stop. That's when it counted. Now it's all up to Dale Jr. to wheel that car around. You see him out there in front of Jeff Gordon. Jimmy Johnson is way up there, but hey, why not? We've got 40 laps for him to go run him down. And there you see actually in the black hat there, that's our engineer, H.A. Mergen, of course, Tony Uri Jr. with the red shirt in the middle. We've been talking to him all night, and Max Siegel to his right in the white shirt up on the pit box.
It's good to see Max right there, you know, President DEI right there cheering everybody on, being a part of what's going on tonight. But, there's something that's kind of funny about this, Krista, has to be the fact that next year you're looking at 3 teammates. Jimmy Johnson leading the race, Dale Jr. running second, and Jeff Gordon running third. So, again, it's kind of interesting how maybe these guys are racing one another. I mean, this is kind of a fierce competition, but at the same time, Jeff Gordon is not yielding to Dale Jr. He wants to kind of keep the pressure on. He wants to win this race. Jimmy Johnson, on the other hand, he would like to go into the deal at Loudon with more points than anybody else.
And that's what I was just going to say, Jeff. Jeff Gordon is racing to try to catch his teammate Jimmy Johnson. When these points get reset next week, Jimmy Johnson is going to be the new points leader because he has the most wins. Wins, bank, points. If Jeff Gordon can come out of here with another win, he is going to inch that much closer and be tied with Jimmy Johnson in the win total. So a win is important to Jeff Gordon for his seeding in the chase. A win is important to Dale Jr. because he hasn't had a win this year. Of course, Jimmy Johnson trying to complete the sweep. He won here in the spring. Every one of these drivers has a motive. They have a storyline, and these are 3 of the best. You pointed out next to your teammates. You talk about a dynasty. This is like the Duke Blue Devils and the New York Yankees out here. That's what we're going to see from these 3 drivers next year.
Yeah, you're really talking about, you hit it, everything right there is so accurate, Krista, when you think about the fact it's important to Jimmy Johnson, it's important to Jeff Gordon, it's important to Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's important, it's important, it's important. What's not important about tonight? That's what's so exciting about not only racing here at Richmond, but how about NASCAR Hotpass? We got it covered right here. We're watching Dale Earnhardt Jr. go right back at it with Jeff Gordon for that second position. And again, with 34 laps to go, it's time to get up on that wheel and make it happen because, again, Jimmy Johnson's not riding off into the sunset, but he is kind of getting out there a little bit. And, oh, by the way, there's a guy in an orange car that's kind of putting a little bit more pressure on everybody. Tony Stewart, who has several wins here also, is kind of sneaking back in the picture. Looking out the back camera right there at Tony Stewart, watching the side-by-side battle going on with Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt Jr. But, Krista, the good thing about it is it really looks like our car is working a little bit better on the low side. Jeff can kind of hold us off on the high side, but we, I think, definitely have a better car as long as we can hold that low line.
Hey, and Jeff, I found an even better view than I had before. I'm down here on the wall with the crew guys, the Jackman, Ryan Hootie Chase, and you actually just caught me in mid-potato chip. They're down here enjoying. This is why I said it was a Saturday night movie. They've got their snacks, lunch, and their monitor, and you caught me in mid-chip. I had to do a quick chew to get back to you. So this might be the best view in town, and we've got the race behind us. How funny, we've got our back to the racetrack watching it on the monitor. How cool is that?
Well, you're definitely getting a good view right now, Krista, because of the fact that Dale Jr. and Jeff Gordon are really going at it. That time they bumped a little bit. Jeff's trying to...
One back to the 20 car. You see the slow car up here.
Jeff's trying to stay off of Jeff or off of Dale Jr., and Dale Jr. is trying to stay off of Jeff, but it's going to be kind of difficult. They come up on a lap car, the 22 car, Dave Blaney.
Clear low.
And as I said earlier, Tony Stewart, he's just kind of lurking back there. Which one of you is going to go where? Because I'm going to follow whoever's going to be the leader on this deal and kind of bump you on through so we don't get off that turn quite like we need to.
Clear.
Jeff clears us back. Going to follow him down in there in the corner. Now Tony Stewart is trying to get down on the bottom side. And again, these guys are racing awful close. Jeff gets a little bit loose, a little bit of a nudge by Dale Jr. right there. Tony Stewart, he's going to take advantage of that. He's going to slide by both of them if not careful. Man, if you're not a fan of this style of racing at this kind of a level, I mean, I feel sorry for anybody who's not enjoying this tonight. This is just great side-by-side, fierce competitiveness, but at the same time, these guys are racing each other clean. They nudge each other every now and then, but nobody's taking unfair advantage of the other.
Clear low if you'd like.
Again, this time it looks like Dale Jr., he's looking to see who's going to move and open the door up. He was following Jeff Gordon. Looked like Jeff was going to get back by Tony Stewart, but the high groove's not working. Now he says, hey, I'm getting kind of tired of this. I'm going to try to work the outside to my advantage and get a run off of turn 4 and get back by Jeff Gordon as they dive back off into turn 1.
And we've seen Dale Jr. be able to work every part of this racetrack. We talked about that earlier, how he could go low, he could go high. So like you said, Jeff, if low's not working, why not just creep up on the outside? Something else to bring up with the fact that these guys are going to be teammates next year. Another announcement that was made this week is that Hendrick will re-sign with Chevrolet. Dale Jr. joked that is a huge relief to him because he is a big car collector. He collects a lot of Chevrolets.
You're all clear, June. 25 to go, 25.
He's showing some of them next week in an auto fair that's taking place in Charlotte. And would you believe, Jeff, he has a Camaro that has 630 horsepower. That's crazy.
Now, why is that crazy?
I just think that's so cool. I mean, it's on 630 horsepower. You know what he's missing, though, is a Chevy El Camino Super Sport. That's what he needs.
Okay. Again, right now we're watching out the back rear bumper of the 8-car of Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's trying to work his way back around Tony Stewart in the 20-car down the front straightaway. Dale Jr. on the outside trying to roll around that top side and get some momentum down the back straightaway. Looks like he may, well, Tony's going to slide up there and kind of take that line away from him. And even though we're seeing some great racing, the sad thing about it is the 48-car Jimmy Johnson with 22 laps to go, well, he's kind of stretched it out there. He's got about a 2.5-second lead over both of these guys, and they're trying really hard to try to run him down, but racing each other like this probably will not allow that to happen. Looking at that roof cam right there behind Tony Stewart coming up on Reed Sorensen, who was involved in an accident earlier tonight.
They're high.
Junior's able to roll down in that turn and gain some ground back on Tony.
And Jeff, looking at the lap times, I mean, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is faster than those guys in front of him right now. Just a tick faster. You know, I know the laps are running down, but right now he is turning the best laps out there. He's catching those guys. It's a little bit at a time, but he's got the better lap times.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way it's kind of playing out as we're watching these laps kind of wind away. But it's a whale of a battle right now. Whale of a battle between Dale Jr. and Tony Stewart.
Man, Jeff, you were right. It does not take long for these laps to tick off here at all.
Dale Jr. still trying to work that outside groove to get a run on Tony Stewart, get back by him. We're looking at the bumper cam. You can see once we got away from Jeff, you know, we've been able to open up some distance on him, but Tony just will not yield. We cannot get enough opportunity to kind of run down that 48 car. We've only got 17 laps to go, so Dale Jr. is going to have to really figure out some magic to get by this 20 car if he wants to have any chance at all of catching the 48 car and winning this race. 16 laps to go. Again, Dale Jr.
15 to go, 15.
15 to go. You hear that call, and at the same time, he's trying to set him up. It looks like he's going to let it roll in on down in turn 1 and try to make a run on him.
Jeff, you see him trying. He's kind of backing off a little bit, trying to get that run on the inside. As they go down there, he can't quite get him. He can get to him, and he just can't quite make that corner stick. He's going to give it a couple more tries, though. Obviously, we've got some few laps. If he can just get by Tony.
Chris, I know what you're saying. We've been watching Tony. Tony's gotten loose the last couple times off the exit of the corners, both turn 4 and turn 2, and giving Dale an opportunity to kind of like gain a little bit each time down in there. And Dale's just trying to basically hold beside him, exiting these corners till he gets a little bit closer. He's just trying to be real methodical and be smooth about this. He doesn't want to slide up into Tony Stewart and wreck either one of them, but again, he's got to put the pressure on him. They come up off these turns. He's putting a lot of pressure on Tony, trying to force him to make a mistake.
And right now you've got the 2 active wins leader at Richmond. Both of these drivers have won 3 times at this track. That's the most of all active drivers. And again, remember, Dale Jr. has 3 Busch wins as well. Both of these drivers, they love this track, and they're very good at it.
And Krista, if you've been watching this the last few laps, you can see why. They're working each other over, but they're working each other over very cleanly right now. Trying to get to the outside a little bit, working the inside a little bit, just continually putting pressure on each other, but neither one of them, have bumped in each other or roughed each other up unnecessarily.
10 to go, Jim. 10.
It's almost like where Dale Jr. needs to go to be able to get back in that throttle to get a good run on Tony. He slides up a little bit in front of him. Once again, right off the turn, he's going to put some pressure on him, had to back off a little bit. Tony did get a little bit loose, but I think Junior was afraid he was going to slide up into him and possibly spin him out. Arcing it up off the center of that turn, trying to get a good run off of him, on him. Draws right up to the back bumper. Now he's going to try the outside a little bit. See if he can put a little more pressure on him.
1 car length back to the 6th car. Inside.
And now we've got something kind of unexpected. We didn't really expect to see this car coming into play. Got David Reagan, the rookie, making a run on us. He's worked his way around Jeff Gordon, caught up with us racing with Tony Stewart. Now he's putting pressure on Dale Jr.
Inside, Jim.
Seven laps to go. See a lot of smoke out of the 8 car, guys. Just listen to the sound. It sounded like something may have come amiss in the engine.
That's something is in. Yes, sir. Right there is a period. That's the.
Now with 5 laps to go, it looks like Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the Budweiser team all thoughts of maybe getting to victory lane and having a really great night tonight. May have just went out the window with an engine problem with 5 laps to go. Take a look at Dale Jr. inside the car. Drove the wheels off of this 8 car all night long. Started back in 21st position. Did not quit. Car wasn't exactly perfect. Kept giving information back to Tony Eury Jr. The Budweiser crew fought all night long, making adjustments, improved the car, got the car a little bit off, got the car back again, and with 100 laps to go, had the car in a position to where they could possibly get to victory lane. As we're sitting there watching the upper right-hand side, Tony Stewart, Jimmy Johnson continues to lead. But right now we're watching a lot of the teams, a lot of the camera crews watching that number 8 Budweiser car get rolled to the truck. As we continue to watch in the upper right-hand corner, Jimmy Johnson won the race here in the spring with 2 laps to go. Still leading here at Richmond in the Chevrolet Rock and Roll 400. And we watch on our in-car camera Dale Jr., after giving it a valiant effort, climbing out of his Budweiser number 8 car, headed to the truck. Final lap here at Richmond International Raceway. Jimmy Johnson Watching Chad Canals as he watches his car come up off turn number 4 and wins here at Richmond International Raceway. The Rock and Roll 400 makes it back-to-back wins 2007, winning the spring race and the fall race, and more importantly, he will definitely be our point leader headed into New Hampshire to start the kickoff for the race for the chase for the Cup, really right here toward the end. Again, we're watching Dale Earnhardt Jr. just outside of his hauler down in the garage area after losing an engine. We want to welcome you to the Old Spice post-race show right here on DirecTV Hotpass. As we continue to watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to do some interviews there behind his hauler. Again, a valiant effort by this young man to try to get that number 8 car up into the chase and capture that 12th position and unseat Kevin Harvick. But Kevin Harvick was able to come back and he finished up 7th. Kurt Busch was able to come home 9th. So even if we were able to pull off a win, it was not going to be our year as far as getting into the chase. But it didn't come without a lot of really good effort by everybody at DEI, in particularly Tony Eury Jr. and all the Budweiser team and their driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He did an outstanding job tonight. He was able to give us some really good information back to his team. But let's take a look, folks. You know, the chase now is set, and let's see how they're going to be kind of like ranked. This is unofficial, but with 6 wins, Jimmy Johnson will be going into Loudon, New Hampshire with a 5,060-point lead, 20 points over his teammate Jeff Gordon with 4 wins. Tony Stewart will wind up being 3rd with 3. Carl Edwards with 99, with a 99. Carl will be coming in 4th. Clint Boyer will wind up in the 12th position. And Chris DeVota, I think you caught up with, I'm sure, a dejected Tony Eury Jr.
Dejected indeed. Disappointed was the word I was going to use. He immediately came back here. The first person he went to was his driver, Dale Jr. You gave him a hug. What did you say to him after that, and what thoughts are going through your mind?
I mean, I just told him he was a champ. I mean, that kid's drove his ass off all year, and it's not sabotage or nothing, but, man, it makes you sick when you see a guy drive his ass off like that, and this is the result. So he's a champ in my book if he never wins one.
And that's Tony Eury Jr. Obviously more than a crew chief to his driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's a friend as well and family. And, you know, we've got to give our King of the Crew award to the entire crew, the entire Bud crew. When the stop mattered the most, they delivered. 13.28 seconds. You are seeing the final stop of the evening. They came through when it mattered. The entire Bud crew is our King of the Crew for tonight's race.
Well, Krista, I'm going to go ahead and kind of like double that. Can you believe this is also the Shell made to move as far as I'm concerned right here. The fastest stop of the night, gave this guy a chance, got him out in front of Tony Stewart. This is what it takes to go out and try to win races and win championships. But unfortunately, they weren't able to put a period on it, but they were in the hunt with 5 laps to go. All night long, we've been talking about the pressure this team has been under. I think you got a pretty good example of how much Tony Eury Jr. cares about not only this team, but his driver and what he did tonight. The seat didn't fit him. The car wasn't perfect. They had their ups and downs all night long. But in the end, they got it close, and he was making the most out of it, and he was trying to give it 110% all the way down to when that engine expired right there in that number 8 car. You know, it's amazing from time to time when you see the emotion that goes through not only through the drivers, but also through the team members themselves. And you want to know why Tony Eury Jr. is following Dale Jr. to Hendrick Motorsports next year? If you saw the care and what he was trying to explain right there, he knows how hard that young man drove tonight, and he knows how much he cares about him. And that's what I want as far as a crew chief and driver relationship. It's what these two young men have. So it's real important for people to understand that next year these two guys are going to be back together again, and they'll be a part of that Hendrick camp. Remember, Jimmy Johnson won. Jeff Gordon wound up 4th, so should make for a pretty good combination. Hey, let's take a quick look at what you can expect next week on NASCAR Hot Pass. Matt Kenseth, Channel 795. Kevin Harvick, he'll be back again, Channel 796. Tony the Smoke Stewart, 797. Denny Hamlin, 798, and Jeff Burton, also from Richard Childress Racing. He'll be on 799. And also, we want to just quickly talk about Richard Childress Racing. They got all 3 of their teams into the chase, 100%. Great job right there by Richard Childress Racing. Should be very interested next week as we get ready to kick off this chase for the championship, for the Cup, the sprint to the Cup, you might say, starting next week at Loudon. Krista, what is the mood down at the 8 car?
Well, the mood is very busy. As you can see, Dale Jr. is holding court here on the back of his hauler, talking to the media about this race, about the performance. We're going to see if we can get it. As everyone's talking, we're going to go ahead and fire in a question to Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dale, your crew chief, Tony Jr., said you're a champion. He came over and gave you a hug. You could see the dejection, the disappointment in his face. What are you feeling right now?
I'm just upset for my team, Tony Jr. being the leader and the rest of them guys. They work so hard all year long. And I'm just disappointed for them that we didn't make the chase because they work harder than anybody to make it happen for me and for them, and they're just very, very disappointed about it. I'm upset for the fans because I wanted to, like keeping it interesting. Them guys pay a lot of money to come see this race, but I don't know. We had a great car, and Tony Jr. made some great adjustments. We were about a 10th place car to start, and he dialed her into about a second or maybe even a first place car, depending upon the circumstances. But so he was working so hard tonight, and he's just really disappointed.
That's Dale Earnhardt Jr. The chase may be over, but now he races for wins, and we want to thank Dale Earnhardt Jr., the entire 8 team, all of DEI, for all of their cooperation and hospitality on this, our inaugural year of DirecTV Hot Pass.
And Krista, I can't say that enough because I've had an opportunity to work with them on a couple of these races. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Tony Uri Jr., they have been awesome to work with here on NASCAR Hot Pass in this inaugural season. Everybody at DEI, they have made us feel so special. I think if you listen to any of the interviews as far as from the cockpit during the stop of this race this evening, you heard some things that Dale Jr. Would normally not be talking about. And Tony Uri, you saw the emotion right there that he had. Hey, an outstanding group, and we cannot thank them enough in this inaugural season of NASCAR Hot Pass on DirecTV. And Krista, I know we didn't win the race, but what an awesome event tonight, and I really appreciate getting an opportunity to work with you tonight. Everything's been so great, and you did an awesome job down there, keeping up with everything. Well, sorry about that. We've lost her, but Krista, as I said before, you did a great job down there tonight, and we really do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight here on NASCAR Hot Pass Channel 799, covering Dale Earnhardt Jr., and even though he didn't make the chase, folks, I think we were treated really to an outstanding race, and everybody on that DEI Budweiser team really put their whole heart into it, and especially Dale Earnhardt Jr. He drove the wheels off of that car, and we really appreciate y'all tuning us in. For Jeff Hammond and Chris Devoda, hey, we'll catch you next time right here on DirecTV Hot Pass on DirecTV.
Next week, the chase kicks off in Loudon as the Nextel Cup heads north to the Magic Mile. The fast track and the flat corners will force drivers to work the bottom to be fast. Ride along with Matt Kenseth, Kevin Harvick, Tony Stewart, Denny Hamlin, and Jeff Burton to see who will take home the checkered flag in Loudon. The race to the chase is set to begin, and eyes will be on the prize next week on NASCAR Hot Pass.
Gotta keep my eyes on the prize. Gotta keep my eyes on the prize. Gotta keep my eyes on the
This copyrighted